agenda provided. Mux Kelly, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Abrams.
Here.
Commissioner Salve.
Here.
Commissioner Mills.
Here.
Commissioner Hammerschmidt.
Here.
Councilmember Dish has noted that she will be a little late to tonight's evening. Commissioner Lee.
Here.
Commissioner Clark.
Here.
Commissioner Weiss.
Here.
And last but not least, welcoming new Commissioner Julie Weatherby.
Here.
Great.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. I wanted to also welcome Commissioner Weatherby, and if you wanted to say a few words of introducing yourself.
All right. So for those of you who don't know me, I think some of you know me out in the audience and some don't, but my name is Julie Weatherby. This is my second time on Planning Commission. I was also on Planning Commission from 2016 to 2019. A little bit of my background, I grew up in Ann Arbor. My parents actually met in a boarding house that my aunt ran on Hill Street. So it kind of goes back a ways. I went to college in Boulder. I lived in Boston, moved back to Ann Arbor, kind of that circuitous thing that a lot of people in Ann Arbor do. I do work at the university. I live in an old house downtown in the R4C district where there's a lot of development. So I'm very familiar with sort of development and the effects of it, good and bad. I was on the R4C committee twice, starting in 2009 was the first meeting of the R4C committee. And I was on that two R4C committees from 2009 to 2013. So we've been talking about R4C for a really long time. And was on Planning Commission and ZBA from 2016 to 2019. So I'm happy to be here back on planning.
Thank you, and welcome back.
Thank you.
Moving on to approval of the agenda, staff does recommend reversal of items 9A and 9B. May I have a motion to approve the agenda with this amendment? Moved by Commissioner Abrams, seconded by Commissioner White. Sorry. Is there any discussion on the motion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of the July 18th and August 1st, 2023 minutes? Moved by Commissioner Abrams, seconded by Commissioner Mills. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Next up, we're going to reports from the Planning Commission to the Planning Commission and written communications. So this is from City Administration, City Council, Planning Manager, officers and committees. Councilmember Dish is not here yet. So Mr. Leonard, or do you have, it's quite all right. I can actually switch it around. Do commissioner officers or committee liaison have anything to report?
I'm ready.
Oh.
So
Bring it back.
Commissioner Dish will be arriving a little bit late, but a couple of highlights from the City Council that I'm sure she would have liked to share. We had the proposed TC1 amendments to auto-related uses were approved by the City Council. They did make one modification. They struck the specific use standards that prohibited the storage of auto repair vehicles outside in the C2B and TC1 districts. But with that being the only modification, the changes were approved. The Southtown rezoning site plan and street vacation was approved. And the proposed alley vacation on Mosley at the former Fingerly site was also approved by City Council last evening. Yeah, I don't profess to be an expert. The City Council also passed the HERD ordinance. This is an energy disclosure requirement for the sale of residential property in the city. It will be pretty a long phased-in implementation and enforcement. However, if that's something the Planning Commission is interested in learning more about, I'm happy to arrange a presentation or some more information to you in the future. And the city also bought an election center last night, so that was kind of cool.
Thank you, Mr. Leonard. Do other commissioner officers or committee liaisons have anything to report? Okay, written
Can
communications.
sorry.
Oh, sure, of course.
Shirley, from a planning manager perspective, I just wanted to provide a quick update on the status of the comprehensive plan. So I think it was reported previously, the comprehensive plan subcommittee did meet and helped me refine an application that's going to be going out to the public to invite applications to serve on a steering committee for the comprehensive plan. I've got that sort of digitally set. I'm working on just getting some outreach materials set for that. We will be pushing that heavily at a couple of upcoming pop-up events. Commissioner Sauvé might be sharing some information about knowing about some of those. Another one will be the Green Fair on the 22nd. So that's going to be two great opportunities for us to be sort of sharing the opportunity for people to apply to be on a steering committee. More broadly for the comprehensive plan, I want to share that the comprehensive plan team was in town from Philadelphia last week, and we conducted a series of stakeholder interviews. They were pretty focused at this point on elected officials and staff. Next up is a lot of conversation with you as the Planning Commission and sharing our public engagement with the community at large. This is an 18-month process. I've gotten a couple of inquiries, people that are really concerned. I just want to be clear with the Planning Commission and the public. I have no intention of drafting a comprehensive plan based on a couple of interviews last week. This is going to be a long process. You're going to have a lot of opportunities to provide feedback to the city and the Planning Commission on that document. So that is underway as well. We'll be working with that subcommittee again. The next step, we're going to be talking about a rubric about what a steering committee, successful steering committee looks like. And then I will also be using that group to propose a selection of a steering committee that will be ultimately brought to the full Planning Commission for appointment to that role.
Thank you. Moving on to public comment. This is an opportunity for persons to speak up to 3 minutes about an issue that is not listed as a public hearing on this agenda. We will first call on individuals present to address the commission and then remote participants. To speak during this public hearing remotely, please press *9 if listening by phone, or use the raise hand feature if viewing through the web link. For phone access, please call 877-853-5247 and enter meeting ID 977-6634-1226. City staff will select callers who have raised their hands using the last 3 digits of their phone number or by name if available. You'll hear an automated announcement that the host is allowing you to speak. When speaking, please move to a quiet area and mute any television or background sounds so that we may hear you clearly. For either method of participation, please state your name and address at the beginning of your comments. Is there anyone present that would like to speak at this time? Mr. Garber.
Thank you, Commissioner Lee. Ken Garber, 28 Haverhill Court. I'd like to welcome back Commissioner Weatherby. I don't know if you remember, but 4 years ago I stood here on your last meeting, and thank you for all that I learned from hearing your deliberations at this body. I still mean that, and I'm really glad that you're back. At last month's Energy Committee meeting, DTE engineer Mike Witkowski spoke on grid availability. As you know, new projects, especially all electric, are running up against capacity. Out of deliberate neglect, DTE has done very little in the last 50 years to boost capacity in Ann Arbor. Most of the distribution system here is 4.8 kilovolts. That's the so-called primary circuit that goes out from substations to neighborhoods. Starting in the 1950s, new primaries have all been 13.2 kilovolts, but Ann Arbor is still almost entirely 4.8. I don't have the whole picture, but the exceptions are around Briarwood, which has a 13.2 connection point to the regional grid, and in the area near DTE's service center on Broadway, where DTE has rebuilt its Buckler substation, and then up Division Street from there. But elsewhere, it's still the old 4.8, which is a big reason for our outage problem, which is another subject. Anyway, you triple capacity when you replace 4.8 with 13.2. Maybe because Ann Arbor is considering public power, our monopoly utility is now finally talking full conversion. But you can't just rewire to 13.2. You have to rebuild all your substations. DTE's plan has 3 parts, each one costing $40 to $60 million. Witkowski said this would take 10 to 15 years to complete. I have my doubts. The MPSC must approve the rates to pay for it, and poorer areas around Detroit may take priority. Either way, our building boom will be long over by then. What can we do about capacity now? Developers can heat with gas, and they're doing it, which lowers electric demand, but that's just insane in 2023 for climate reasons. The best solution is for new projects to be self-sufficient, maxing out solar generation and energy storage, and using geothermal if possible. Basically being your own mini power plant on the Viridian or Southtown model. Such distributed energy really is the future because the centralized power plant model is obsolete for climate reasons, and the transmission grid can't handle all the renewable energy we need right now, and there's a huge bottleneck. But the average developer mentality is completely unequipped for this new distributed reality, and so is our zoning code. So unfortunately, it falls on you. The A20 plan, page 48, includes the following assumption, quote, all new construction from 2022 to 2030, am I done already? There's no timer here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garber. Is there anyone else present that would like to speak? Is there anyone that would like to address the commission remotely?
Mr. Chair, there is one hand raised. James Demore, you have permission to address the Planning Commission.
Thank you. And I assume you all can hear me?
You are heard.
We can.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. Just to follow up on what Mr. Garber said, this is something of special concern, and I do hope the commission does look at that in terms of self-sufficiency of new projects. We've had our fifth outage, and we've had some severe problems in terms of our property, and it's been caused a lot of personal distress. So in the light of all the many other things as you look at the comprehensive plan. I wanted to speak on something, originally it was going to be about a site-specific comment, but I figured it'd be more generic. It appears that in addition to things we have to talk about in terms of the climate issue, we need to think about our mature trees. And you have a proposal tonight that calls for the removal of 5 landmark trees. And it's almost as if the last tree stands in the city that are taken up by park are at risk. And those are particularly valuable. Now, much of the work that is to be done by the Environmental Commission and other committees. But I really ask you to work hard. You are passionate about density in this city. You're passionate about growth. Forgive my dogs, they feel rather strongly about that. But basically, we need to work with a project that we need to work with the natural features. We need to develop a natural features overlay aside from our natural features ordinance. We need to do something that works with the land and work with our natural features rather than opposing it. And right now, I realize you're working on the issue of density, but we need to think about other factors too. And I just don't see this commission working in that direction. I apologize for my dogs who feels passionately about that. And with that, I thank you for your time and have a good evening.
Thank you. Is there anybody else on remotely?
Yes, caller ending in 168, you have permission to address the Planning Commission? You may need to press *9. Try or *6.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
We can.
My name is Igor. No, my name is Igor Ivanitsky. I'm a resident of Turnberry neighborhood, and my home address is 3255 Rundeban. And this is related to the topic which I just learned yesterday from our neighbors when they mentioned that there will be a new building constructed at the entrance of the neighborhood, Turnberry neighborhood, which will be a dental office. And I have a few objectives on this. I don't know if it makes sense for me to speak now, but this is my only opportunity. The first
Excuse
thing
me?
is that,
Excuse me?
Yes.
I believe this topic is on the agenda, and if we could actually speak during the actual business itself, that would be great.
okay, great. Yeah, I'll wait then.
Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't speak that.
Any other callers?
There are no more callers at this time.
All right, thank you very much. We are going to public hearing scheduled for the next regular meeting. Staff?
Yes, there are quite a few for the City Planning Commission meeting on Tuesday, September 19th, 2023 at 7 p.m. The first of which is 3701 and 3713 Riverside Drive, which is an annexation and zoning for City Council approval. It's a request to annex 2 parcels totaling .74 acres in Ann Arbor Township to the City of Ann Arbor and zone to R1B, single-family dwelling. Next is 3520 Green Court, which is a planned unit development text amendment for City Council approval. The proposed amended supplemental regulations will expand the permitted principal uses of the planned unit development. The permitted principal uses would add medical and dental offices, expand the definition of hotel, and permit development of multifamily residential housing, which is currently excluded. The district includes 35.2 acres. Next would be 1710 Duvarin Road, the Village of Ann Arbor amended site plan and rezoning for City Council approval. This is an amendment to the approved site plan that includes rezoning of 2 parcels from Township to R4A, multiple family residential, and 120 additional residential units along Duvarin with an amenities park area and adjacent parking. The total units proposed will be 604 units on the 78.5 acre site. The parcels to be rezoned are 2520 and 2540 Pontiac Trail. The total area of rezoning is 5.9 acres. And finally, an amendment to the Unified Development Code, Chapter 55 of Ann Arbor City Code related to premiums. These are amendments to sections 5.17.4, multiple family zoning districts, and 5.18.6 premiums, to propose to eliminate all premium floor area options offered in section 5.18.6 to exceed the normal floor area ratios in certain zoning districts and eliminate the maximum floor area ratio standards in the D1 downtown core and D2 downtown interface districts provided in table 5.17-4 of the UDC. With these amendments, no additional floor area beyond the normal limits will be offered as incentives for amenities, and development in the D1 and D2 districts will only be regulated by maximum height, minimum or maximum setbacks, and building mass regulations, plus any other applicable development standards currently provided in code.
Thank you. We'll move on to unfinished business, section 8A. This is 2805 Burton Road. This includes a site plan, a proposal to reduce the size of the clubhouse by 50 square feet, revise EV parking to comply with current standards, and relocate barrier-free parking spaces. I believe that we begin with petitioner presentation. Would the petitioner like to come up and speak?
Yep, good evening. I think Chris is going to be pulling up the presentation.
It's up, but it's not on the big screens.
Okay.
You can see it on the other screens back there, and I've got it on my screen. You don't have it? Yeah, you've got it. It's behind you, Ted, so.
Just a little too small.
Bit of technical difficulties. Please hold for a second. Thank you.
Let me get you logged in here.
Yeah, you're sharing.
He's got it up on the Zoom.
Yeah.
Yep, just wait, we'll get it up here in a second.
Where do you have
Yeah, it's up on his and it's on mine.
Oh,
And soon it'll be up
the
here.
email, so I just opened it up, and then I'm sorry.
That's
I hit that share screen.
Give me 2 seconds. You might be safe. we can go back to this. We'll go back here.
Share screen.
I'll share screen again.
All right, share your screen, Chris.
This one.
Let's see if it comes up.
Yep, looks good.
All right, perfect. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, staff, and thank you for your patience.
Sorry, I'll remember to bring a flash drive next time. Hopefully that makes it easier. My name's Ted Hirsch. I'm with Midwestern Consulting. We're the civil engineer for the project. And the site plan amendment we have before you tonight, hopefully pretty straightforward. Just a few items that were of note. So with the original site plan, the indoor gathering building, kind of a community area, in its early conceptual stages was proposed to be a little bit larger footprint, have a couple more offices, things that through detailed design ended up getting kind of valued out. So the footprint of the indoor gathering area building got smaller. It all still fits within the location of the originally approved building footprint. And Chris, if you go to the next slide, we can go ahead and skip that one. So again, here's just a little bit larger view of that. Shows that reduction from a little over 4,000 square feet to just under 2,000. That orange outline shows the original approved footprint. There is an outdoor patio that's included with this latest iteration. All again fits within that same footprint. So with that reduction, there's lot coverage reduction, FAR reduction, open space increase. The front setback did increase just slightly, a little over 4 feet. And then there was some sidewalk reconfiguration just to provide appropriate access to those relocated points. If you could go to the next slide, please. So the top left there is the original iteration of the building design in elevation view, flat roof. And again, just kind of conceptual level, and the newly proposed goes from a flat roof to a pitched roof, a little bit more design elements incorporated in that as, you know, the design and construction documents progressed. If we can hit the next slide. Second item wanted to talk about was some parking space modifications. So these orange highlighted areas basically just take barrier-free parking that was originally located a little bit further, and north is left as you're looking at the page. So these barrier-free parking spaces were located a little bit further west originally, kind of right in front of the main entrance. But with the proximity of the sidewalk to the building, it kind of made things tricky to make those actually barrier-free and accessible. So moving those spaces down to the east, where there's a little bit more space in that kind of cutout of the building, allowed for the ramps and things like that to work a little bit easier without kind of curb at the back of sidewalk. The second thing that was associated with the parking space modifications was to then alter the plan to conform to the current EV standards. So at the initial time of approval, the plan, the EV code required a series of EVI installed chargers, EVR and EVC spaces, whereas under this site plan amendment, the current code for this use would just require the EVI and EVC. So that modification was made as well. Can we hit the next? So this was something that was really more of a construction item, and I'll just mention that this amendment comes as construction of the project was ongoing. Burton Road was kind of first on the list to make those improvements, change it from a gravel road to paved road with curb and gutter. The original plan had this intersection at Packard Road basically fitted out with a left turn lane from Burton Road that would head out to Packard Road. Once construction got underway, there were existing utilities and kind of some constraints that were unidentified. It couldn't really have been identified without digging things up. So with the series of new utilities and infrastructure that was going in with the new road to meet green streets and things like that, there were some proximity to existing water main and structures that were kind of buried that we had to work around to get the appropriate separations. And part of that, through coordination with the engineering department, was to, and the transportation department for that matter, was to remove that center left turn lane. And for anyone who's kind of been through the history of this project, it's been through a number of iterations, and the transportation department felt that that was kind of a legacy item that was pulled through that they didn't agree necessarily needed to be incorporated. So that helped us pull in the curb lines from both sides, getting the storm structures and utilities away from some of that existing underground conflicts that we ran into. So we felt that this should just be incorporated into the site plan amendment since we had already drawn it up and got it approved. Hit the next slide. I think that's it. So yeah, pretty short and sweet. Kind of the main 2 points for this were the reduction in the gathering space footprint and the parking modifications. So more than happy to ask or answer any questions that you guys have to ask, and appreciate your time.
Perfect. Thank you. And then we move on to staff presentation.
Okay, give me 1 second, and I will try to pull my presentation up. I think Mr. Hirsch did an excellent job of describing what's being proposed for the project. Everybody can see that, correct? Okay, Burton Commons. Just some of the things, just for a little more background information, especially for the new planning commissioner. The site is zoned R4B, multifamily residential. It is currently under construction for 120 units. You know, you can see the zoning, the surrounding zoning. It's R4B. You've got R1C, single family, and a little R2A to the south there. I won't go over the site plan. I think Mr. Hirsch did a good job of what's being proposed as far as the handicap parking spaces and the clubhouse. It is currently under construction. This was taken approximately about a month ago. This was supposed to be heard about a month ago at Planning Commission, so I don't know how up to date this is, but it gives you an idea that the curb gutter looks like it's going in and is currently under construction. Another view of it, so I don't know if they've got foundations in now or not in the underground pipes, but this gives you an idea of the status of the site. That concludes my presentation, but I'm open to any questions you may have.
Thank you. Now we'll move on to public hearing. This is an opportunity for persons to speak up to 3 minutes about the proposed 2805 Burton Road site plan amendment. We will first call on individuals present to address the commission, then remote participants. To speak during this public hearing remotely, please press *9 if listening by phone, or use the hand raise feature if you're viewing through the web link. For phone access, please call 877-853-5247 and enter meeting ID 977-6634-1226. City staff will call select callers who've raised their hand using the last 3 digits of their phone number and by name if available for those accessing through the web link. You'll hear an automated announcement that the host is allowing you to speak, and when speaking, please move to a quiet area and mute any television or background noises so that we may hear you clearly. For either method of participation, please state your name and your address at the beginning of the comments. Is there anyone present that would like to speak at this time? Mr. Garber.
Thank you again, Commissioner Lee. Ken Garber again. Last month at the public hearing for this project, I asked the petitioner to, since they're redesigning the clubhouse, to make it all electric. I didn't quite get to finish in my last comments my quote from the 820 plan, page 48, but here it is now. Quote, "All new construction from 2022 to 2030 and beyond is built to net zero energy standards, which includes no natural gas consumption," end quote. I don't know how many of you were at the Electrification Expo at the Farmers Market last month. Commissioner Hammerschmidt, I know, was there. There were people from Mitsubishi, Bryant, Carrier, Toshiba, Haley Mechanical, Michigan Energy Services, CMR Mechanical. They were all there, other vendors as well. Lots of options for air source heat pumps, geothermal systems, heat pump water heaters, battery storage. The focus was on home retrofits, not new construction, but it was clear that high-efficiency heat pumps, thanks to variable speed compressors and other advances, are now completely viable in our climate. And the upfront cost is basically on par with gas appliances once Inflation Reduction Act incentives are taken into account. For new construction, there is no valid excuse, in my opinion, not to go all electric. True, operating costs may be higher right now since DTE charges some of the highest electric rates in the country, but the difference is not great, about $30 a month on average per apartment compared to gas for electric. But adding solar and building to 2021 IECC standards should wipe out that difference, and I note that they're moving from a flat roof to a pitched roof, which should accommodate solar better on this project. I mean, this whole Bright Dawn project should be all electric. I realize it's probably too late for that. That's a tragedy. But at least the petitioner can electrify the clubhouse and add solar panels. I can't imagine any reason to build with gas, except for we've always done it that way. Yeah, I guess they may have a gas contract with DTE. I say cancel that, cap the gas lines, choose a geothermal air source heat pump system from the many available, high efficiency, put on solar panels, and build your smaller clubhouse. I don't think that's too much to ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garber. Is there anyone else present that would like to speak at this time? Is there anyone that would like to address the commission remotely? Okay, we'll move on. Proposed motion. The proposed City Planning Commission motion is the Ann Arbor City Planning Commission approves the Bright Dawn Village Site Plan 2805 Burton Road as the site plan complies with all applicable requirements of the Unified Development Code and other applicable laws, ordinances, standards, and regulations. Moved by Commissioner Mills and seconded by Commissioner Weich. We are in discussion. Commissioner Mills.
I apologize if this was covered while I was not here in August. I'm curious for staff why it is that this requires site plan approval by the Planning Commission. I'm looking at the table when we revise table 5.29-1, where we tried to move some minor adjustments kind of down the ladder of approval, and I'm just curious what bumped this into coming before Planning Commission territory.
It's a good question. We did have internal discussions regarding what this would fall under, whether it's a site plan for planning manager or for planning commission. It really came down to you can do a reduction in the building, but it wasn't constructed yet. It's still new construction. It was adding floor area, and we had kind of placed it it's a site plan for planning commission approval. So yes, it is a reduction of about 2,000 square feet of the clubhouse.
Got it. I wasn't sure. There's the section under revisions, right? Moving a building placement more than 10 feet. And so I was like, is that clubhouse moving 10 feet?
Hasn't been constructed yet.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm curious, maybe this will come back in commission proposed business. I don't know that this happens that often, but this just seems, all of the parking, that would have fallen under planning manager approval, but the reduction of building square footage in a non-residential building, anyway, that just seems like maybe something that we want to add to the table to speed this along in the future.
I'm sure the petitioner would appreciate that.
I think that this is fine from my perspective. Thank you.
Commissioner Hammerschmidt.
All right, I'll ask about the solar. I noticed that too with the roof. Can you just talk about, I was looking back when this project was initially approved, and I think there was a quote from the owner that the buildings would be solar ready, whatever that means, and hopefully have it in the future. So just if you could give us any sort of update on what's been going on there with any sort of sustainability or solar.
Yeah, so I think that response was in regard to the residential buildings. As far as the structure up top to be able to support solar panels in the future by being ready. I think that was the nature of that response. And I unfortunately don't have a response for you tonight. Something I'm happy to go and talk to the owner about and work with staff and try to come to some conclusions about solar on the clubhouse.
Yeah, we obviously can't force you, but it does look like it's like as Mr. Garber said, it's a beautiful roof for solar. So please consider.
Commissioner Salve.
So we don't get to see floor plans in this petition, but moving the barrier-free, you mentioned that there wasn't ability to have the barrier-free entries at the middle of the building, but can you share a little bit about the mobility kind of path for anybody in a wheelchair if they are visiting a unit at, page south of this, right? Like, do they have to enter at one end of the building, move through the entire corridor if they're visiting a unit at the other end of the building? And where are the elevators?
So the elevators are kind of centrally located, and they would still be able to get to the main entrance. It was really just a function of the ramps at the sidewalk adjacent to the parking spaces, the way that the building is placed, the proximity to that, to make those ramps work at the main entrance would have required, kind of the curb at the back.
So it's the ramp from the parking to the sidewalk, not the ramp from the sidewalk to the building?
Correct.
Okay.
Right.
That's a helpful clarification.
Yeah.
Because, this is the hard part about planning, is we don't really get to see inside of the buildings. It can meet some of those standards in terms of path, but it is hard, and, it's a good cross-check point, especially when we're getting housing units like this. This is a great place for living in place to address a lot of those mobility issues. So appreciate that clarification.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Anybody else? I think we can move to a roll call vote.
On the motion as presented for 2805 Burton Road, Commissioner Lee,
Yes.
Commissioner Abrams,
Yes.
Commissioner Weiss,
Yes.
Commissioner Selby,
Yes.
Commissioner Hammerschmidt,
Yes.
Councilmember Dish,
Yes.
Commissioner Clark,
Yes.
Commissioner Mills,
Yes.
Commissioner Weatherby.
Yes.
That motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
We are moving on to unfinished business, 8B. This is with respect to 1800 Washtenaw, SEU, the Evans Scholarship House site plan for Planning Commission. This is a special exception use for Planning Commission approval, a request to increase occupancy from 65 to 85. No proposed changes to exterior of the house located on this 0.85 acre parcel zoned R2B. And I believe that we are going to petitioner presentation. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. I'm Jerry Kaplan, the architect for the project, address 5062 Arrowhead, West Bloomfield. I'm going to make it very brief. I think you've already seen the material. Essentially, we have an existing building, the Evans Scholars House on Washtenaw. It has an existing basement floor for more public functions and 2 floors above that for bedrooms. Currently, there are 65 students at the house, and that's the permit that we have for that house. There's also a finished loft area above the 2 floors, finished in the sense that it has ceilings, insulation, concrete floor, sprinkler system already throughout, but just 2 corridor walls. And all we're doing is adding some partitions to change that area to incorporate 4 large bedrooms, each bedroom for 4 students, each bedroom to have its own bathroom. So essentially, you want to be able to add 16 more people to the house. That's essentially the project. We're not changing anything in terms of the building shape, site, or anything like that. It all stays the same. It's all interior modifications to that loft area. I guess Chris has more information that he can present to you. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you. We will go to staff presentation.
Okay, excellent. That was a very good presentation. This was approved back in 2003 for the Evans Scholarship House, where they demolished the old one, constructed a new one in 2004. It was a special exception use that capped the number of students at 65, it was what previously mentioned. It is located just on the west side of Washtenaw, just north of Verdun. And as was previously stated, this is all interior renovations. There'll be no changes to the exterior of the site, no additional parking, no additional, well, except for the interior, the floor area. Approximately, I think it was, 1,700 square feet, something like that, with the 4 bedrooms. Is that what the total was?
That is the net habitable area. The
Okay.
actual
Up in the attic area.
gross floor area is 4,000 square feet, just over.
Chris, make sure you notice that thing sticking up in front of your mouth.
You can't hear, can you hear me?
Please make sure your
I'm
mic
sorry.
is turned on.
I've usually people tell me to use my indoor voice, so okay. Here's a view looking southwest from Washtenaw and Cambridge. Again, no changes. That's the access to the parking lot. The existing, I think, is a 20-space parking lot. Again, here's the view looking northeast from Washtenaw and Verdun. Essentially, the only curb cut there is to pick up garbage and trash. No parking is accessed off there. This is the Alta survey of what's existing. They did receive a conflicting land use buffer variance back in 2003, I believe, as part of this approval to screen from the surrounding residential. And here's a look at the attic or loft type space that has approximately 16 additional students, so that would put them at 81. I had written this report so it could go up to 85, so in the future, if they wanted to add 4 additional students, they wouldn't have to come back. As was previously stated, they do have bedrooms, four beds per room with a bathroom. I believe some questions were coming up regarding what is the maximum amount of students that could live here. It really comes down to that it's capped by the lot area. And the maximum they could have based on the lot area, because it's 350 square feet of lot area per student, comes out to 107 students could live here. I did do a little bit of background research with the building and housing department. When you start, and I also coordinated with Mr. Kaplan also on just rough numbers as far as, well, what if we had, because it's for the housing code, you need 50 square feet per student of habitable space in each bedroom. After doing the calculations on the first 2 floors and the 3rd floor, that probably gets them up to approximately 134 students. But that's neither here nor there. It doesn't matter. It's capped at 107. I also dealt with the building department, and again, they didn't want to get into how many could live there without knowing, well, what's the egress? There's a lot more information for building code to determine how many students you can safely have live here. So we've put it at 85. I think it probably could go up to 107, but I would caution you that that would still be dependent on the housing department and the building department taking a more formal review.
Thank you. We're going to move on to public hearing. This is an opportunity for persons to speak up to 3 minutes about the proposed 1800 Washtenaw special exception use permit. We will first call on individuals present to address the commission, then remote participants. To speak during this public hearing remotely, please press *9 if listening by phone, or use the raise hand feature if viewing through the web link. For phone access, please call 877-853-5247 and enter meeting ID 977-6634-1226. City staff will call select callers who have raised their hand using the last 3 digits of their phone number and by name if available. You'll hear an automated announcement that the host is allowing you to speak, and when speaking, please move to a quiet area and mute any television or background sounds so that we can hear you clearly. For either method of participation, please do state your name and address at the beginning of your comments, and is there anyone present that would like to speak? Seeing no one, is there anyone that would like to address the commission remotely?
There are no hands raised, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The proposed motion is the Ann Arbor City Planning Commission finds the petition to substantially meet the standards in Chapter 55 zoning ordinance,
I'm
Section 5.
sorry, there was a late hand raised. Would you like to allow the
Yes. Inclusion? Good.
phone number ending in 587? You have permission to address the Planning Commission?
We cannot hear you yet.
Good evening. This is Deborah Lewis. I live at 1019 Baldwin, around the corner from this proposed site. And my concern with all of this is, I understand it's only 20 more people, but parking is already so congested in the area with students back. Where will these other people park, assuming at least half of them have cars? Has that been under consideration at all? And that ends my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else at this time?
No, there are no other hands raised at this time.
Thank you. The proposed motion is the Ann Arbor City Planning Commission finds a petition to substantially meet the standards in Chapter 55 zoning ordinance, Section 5.295.5, special exception use, subject to building occupancy of no more than 85 persons, and approves the 1800 Washington Avenue special exception use. This approval is based on the following findings. This will be consistent with the general objectives of the City Comprehensive Plan of office uses in the area. The proposed use will not adversely impact traffic, pedestrians, bicyclist circulation, or road intersections based on the location. And the proposed use is consistent with other surrounding uses' traffic impact. And number 3, the Ann Arbor Planning Commission concurs with the waiver of the survey and plan requirements as provided in Section 5.29.8, subsection B of Chapter 55, as no new construction is proposed for the site, and a survey of the existing improvements on the site have been provided. Moved by Commissioner Weich, seconded by Councilmember Dish. We're in discussion. Commissioner Dish.
So I had a question about parking too, but it's not automobile parking because as we no longer have mandatory parking minimums, there would be no additional parking required of this petitioner.
Correct.
But I did wonder about additional bicycle parking, because if I'm understanding the materials that we received, you have currently 44 bike parking spaces. I have this in my notes. which
Available,
I
yes.
Cannot see. Yes, and 44 currently serves 65 residents. I don't know, do you have any
As far as I know, we need to provide one per 2. So actually 44 or 43 is good for 80, 85, 86 people.
Yeah, that might be true.
88.
But if I could just to fully articulate my question, first I wondered if you have usage information on your current, do you know if all those spaces are used? And then secondly, since we are making an approval here, I think we are allowed to make suggestions, not perhaps requirements, but as you know, we prioritize multimodal transit. We are trying to give people alternatives to automobiles, and we also envision greater and greater bike networks throughout the city.
Yeah.
So it just seems to me that 44 for 80 seems on the low side for a student residence. And so I just wondered if you had the usage on what you currently have, and if you have any flexibility to offer us a few more bike parking spaces. And of course, I'd be happy to hear if any of my fellow commissioners feel like that's a okay request.
I'd be happy to answer that. Currently, we have, I think, about 35 bicycles that students are using. We have indoor bicycle, so it's all covered, and it's safe, and it's within locked doors and everything, so it's better than covered bicycles. And we also have additional storage space where we can put easily another 20 bicycles inside the building at the basement floor. So we can accommodate as many, and we encourage more bicycle use. And I'll also add that this is not a regular dormitory, this is a private organization that manages this building. And basically, they can put a cap on who is allowed and who is not allowed to have a car and bring it to the site. So we have currently 21 parking spaces, and that's it. That's the limit. So they just choose maybe the more senior people or whoever, but essentially we can control it. It's not like everybody is entitled to have a car parked at the site, because it's part of a foundation that provides the scholarship. There's no argument here. Either you're allowed or not allowed to have a car on site.
Thank you. That is really helpful. And so if I may just make sure that I'm understanding the additional information you're providing, you're saying that there won't be additional cars, even if there are additional residents. You've
And they're not
capped that,
required either.
right? And they can arm wrestle if they want to over who gets to have a car, but there are
The
only 21.
organization will decide for them, yes.
No arm wrestling?
Well, we can try. I'll recommend that. Any other questions?
Thank you, Councilmember Dish. Commissioner Mills.
Thanks. I would relatedly note, I don't know how much you trust Zillow's transit and walk scores, but it's 60, good transit. And its walk and bike scores are also above that, 64. So, I mean, this is on Route 4 in terms of being able to take a bus. Like, that is the most frequent transit service. So, I think that this is, it's not just wishful thinking that people would live here without a car. I think that this is a key place for that. Mm-hmm. I have a question for staff. First of all, I appreciate building in the flexibility of not just the 16 additional beds that they were asking for, but future-proofing it a little bit in case they want to put 5 in each of those new rooms. I'm curious about, I know that you noted the building code limitations, and that hasn't been discussed, but I'm curious about your sense of whether, because from the zoning side, this property could accommodate 107, 108, if there's a reason not to write the special exception use now to accommodate that, knowing that building code, if there is internal, first of all, this is inspected regularly, I assume, as part of the rental program, and that building code would catch any of those other violations, just to save them from having to come back in the future.
I think it's perfectly acceptable to cap it at 107 with the condition that, yes, it will still have to meet housing and building code when they come in, if they choose to expand on the inside of the structure. Any type of additional floor area in addition would require them coming back as a site plan too. So if they're going to do any type of exterior floor area, they'd be back in front of you.
So I'll just say I would be in favor of that. I would let other people chime in. I think that the idea of internal reconfiguration to get us additional beds is one of the least disruptive opportunities here. And so I would be highly in favor of making that change to in the motion language to increase that. Again, reiterating for neighbors or anyone else who's asking that if there's any changes, external changes other than that would create new floor area, that they would still have to come back.
Correct.
But this is just saying that if it's done within these walls, the internal reconfiguration would allow for some additional beds, so long as it follows the other applicable codes, including the building code.
I think that's correct, and Mr. Kaplan could probably also confirm when we had our discussions that these proposed loft bedrooms have 4 beds in them. I believe the lower levels have 2 beds, so
That's correct.
could they actually put more students in those other rooms? Yes, I believe they can.
Mm-hmm.
Got it. Yeah. Thank you.
If I may add something, as far as the number of people, because of the question that was asked today, I did a quick calculation. It turns out that the existing 2 floors, if you look at the habitable square footage of those floors, which is about 4,500 square feet approximately, allows us to actually provide, officially according to the calculation, 99 people just in the existing 2 floors, which we don't even want to do, but that's the possibility. So just for the record.
And to be clear, which the current zoning doesn't allow you to do because of the
65 limits.
Yes, that's for the special exception use, but if
Yes.
I'm understanding the table right, based on the zoning maximum,
107 was the number.
107, exactly. So building code, you might be allowed to have more. The zoning would say you're maxing out 107. Your current special exception use is 65.
Yes.
The proposal tonight is to raise it to 85, and what I'm saying is, I would prefer to raise it all the way to 107.
Oh.
The special exception use, so that matches the current zoning. I'm happy to propose that motion. All right, can I make a motion to
Yes.
amend to do what I just said?
Yeah, to 107. Do I have a second? Okay, Commissioner Abrams seconds. We're in discussion regarding this motion, basically to amend. Commissioner Nave.
I'll just add, zoning compliance checks even when you submit a building permit. So conditions like if they might be capping out on the bike parking when they submit a building permit, if they're adding more beds, or doing additional configuration, zoning compliance might be that the zoning department says, show us where those additional bike parking spaces within the building are. So I feel like that checks the box of if we need more than 40 parking spots sort of thing. But it brings up a bigger point relative to our current zoning policy, which is that we have a policy about occupancy that is actually regulated for health, safety, and welfare under our building code, and zoning may not be the appropriate place to think about our occupancy limits. And that this is probably an inappropriate thing to actually be on our ordinance relative to a more restrictive and more regulated space relative to the kind of pseudo-local expertise of people deciding here. So I support this going up to the current allowable maximum, and I look forward to talking about it in future business.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Okay, and just to make sure that I understand clearly, we're talking about amending this to increase it to 107 to be basically in conformance or alignment with building code.
Absolutely.
Zoning.
Zoning code, yeah, gotcha. And then, then the building code is also going to continue to regulate fire, life safety
Absolutely.
systems, egress,
No
ingress,
question
et
about
cetera. Okay, got it. I suppose we're going to do it's not a roll call, it's just a hand vote, staff? Yeah, Alex Kelly?
On the proposed motion
To amend.
to amend,
Yeah, to amend to 107, so from 85 to 107.
I think a roll call would be best.
Okay, I believe we are going to a roll call vote.
okay. To amend the motion on the floor, Commissioner Hammerschmidt.
Yes.
Commissioner Weiss.
Yes.
Commissioner Mills.
Yes.
Commissioner Lee.
Yes.
Commissioner Abrams.
Yes.
Commissioner Salve.
Yes.
Councilmember Dish.
Yes.
Commissioner Weatherby.
Yes.
Commissioner Clark.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Great. So now we are back to the original motion of amending this to, now it's 107. So any further discussion on the original motion, which is amended? Seeing no further discussion, I believe we are to roll call vote. Steph?
So there are actually two motions here. The first is, I believe, the one that you meant to amend, which is the primary motion. There's a second to waive the area plan requirement. So I would just need to know. Oh, okay. I just heard those were collapsed at the beginning of the meeting. So in that case, on the
Staff?
I don't want to say collapsed, but the
Consolidated.
consolidated, thank you.
Yeah.
Consolidated motion as amended. Commissioner Lee,
Yes.
Commissioner Abrams,
Yes.
Commissioner Weiss,
Yes.
Commissioner Salve,
Yes.
Commissioner Hammerschmidt,
Yes.
Councilmember Dish,
Yes.
Commissioner Clark,
Yes.
Commissioner Mills,
Yes.
and Commissioner Weatherby.
Yes.
That carries unanimously.
Thank you. We'll be moving on to regular business.
Thank you.
Of course. We are moving on to regular business 9. I believe that we actually switched 9B and 9A at the beginning to amend the agenda. So we are moving on to 3680 Packard Dentist Office Site Plan for Planning Commission approval. This is a site plan for Planning Commission approval, landscape modification requested with staff recommendation of approval. We are on to petitioner presentation.
Should be, remember, you should be able to pull it right up from the.
Bear with me for a second, I gotta.
Everybody see it? Yes.
Success. All right, hi everyone. I'm Candace Breyer with Midwestern Consulting. We are the civil engineers and planners and surveyors for this project. I'm here with Dr. Elizabeth Barber. She's the owner of Blossom Pediatric Dentistry. And then Shannon Easter White, our architect with Funkatecture, is actually on Zoom, I believe. So she may have some ability to answer questions if there are any as well. So just a little bit of context about location. So the site is at the southeast corner of Packard and Turnberry, just west of kind of Carpenter Road, the US 23 overpass, kind of at the eastern limit of the city boundary. The Ann Arbor Cat Clinic is immediately east of the site, if you know where that is. And then the Turnberry neighborhood is immediately adjacent to our south property line. So the site is currently zoned office, which the dental office is a permitted use for that zoning classification. All the properties east of our site are also zoned office and C2B. North and west of the site is R4A, R4B, and then everything south of us is R1D. The future land use is pretty consistent with zoning, so again, the site's designated for office use. As far as existing conditions go, the site's about 1.2 acres. It's mostly vacant, and I say mostly because it's a little bit unique in that there are 10 existing parking spaces, half of a drive aisle, and an existing trash enclosure on this property. All of those are currently used by the Ann Arbor Cat Clinic, so I'm not exactly sure what the history of these two parcels is, but at one point they had to have been one parcel, I'm imagining, because, yeah, the Cat Clinic uses those spaces, that driveway regularly. There is an easement over the parking spaces, the drive aisle, and the trash enclosure that allows for shared use but not cross-access. So our intent is to keep those existing facilities and kind of incorporate them into what we're proposing to do. So what we're proposing to do is a pediatric dental office. It's a one-story building. The first floor would be used as the dentist's office, and then there's a partial basement which would be for storage and mechanical equipment. The The building has been cited to meet the front setbacks on both Packard and Turnberry and to kind of maximize the setback to the adjacent residential properties. We are proposing 29 new parking spaces, and then of those 10 existing spaces, we're sharing them 50-50 with the cat clinic, so we'll have the ability to use 5 of those to give us a total of 34 vehicle parking spaces. There will be 4 EVI spaces and 9 EVC spaces. There are 10 proposed bike parking spaces, 4 Class A, 6 Class C. We have 1 access drive that is being proposed onto Turnberry. We were advised during our concept meetings with the city that a driveway onto Packard wouldn't be allowed, so we put the access on Turnberry. And the drive location was driven partly by the building location, because the building needed to be at the corner. And then we're also trying to provide a safe separation distance from the Turnberry and Packard intersection, as well as kind of maintaining a good distance to the residential properties. We didn't want our driveway to be right next to their houses. As I mentioned, there is no cross-access with the cat clinic, but the 2 properties will share those 10 existing spaces, 5 and 5. The properties are also going to share that existing dumpster. We are providing a small trash enclosure area for a few recycling carts, or potentially compost if needed. And then based on our conversations with the solid waste department, those carts would just be wheeled out and collected as part of the regular solid waste collection schedule. And then we are requesting 1 landscape modification to allow the existing vegetation along the south and the east to satisfy the club requirements, which I believe staff has supported. As far as the utilities, they're pretty straightforward. There'll be a new domestic and fire suppression, 2 new leads coming off of an existing 12-inch water main in Turnberry. There is an existing hydrant at the northwest corner of the site, which provides full coverage for the proposed building. And then there'll be a new sanitary lead that connects to a 10-inch main in Turnberry as well. Stormwater management, there are no existing detention facilities on this site currently. We did get some very good infiltration testing results when we did testing. So we're proposing an infiltration basin underneath the parking south of the building. And then there'll be swales on the north and west side of the building to kind of direct drainage around to catch basins, and then it'll all flow into the underground system and outlet into existing storm sewer in Turnberry. As far as the proposed building, as I mentioned, it's a single-story building. It's consistent in scale with the other adjacent buildings. The goal would be to use locally and responsibly sourced building materials. The building has been designed to support rooftop solar panels. As far as some of the sustainability features and the goal of achieving full building electrification, so we're currently looking at a couple of options. One would be using electric heat pumps in a conventionally ducted system, or we think we might have enough space to run geothermal south of the parking lot. So those are 2 things that we're currently looking at. Both obviously would not rely on natural gas. We're also specifying electric stove for the staff break room, electric dryers for the laundry area. As I noted, we're providing EV charging stations. And then there's a lot of building windows proposed to kind of maximize daylight coming in and use as much natural light as we can. We're also providing occupancy sensors throughout the entire building so that if spaces of the building aren't being used, those lights would turn off. And then back to kind of the solar piece. So this is just kind of a rough plan that shows just kind of a preliminary layout of how the solar panels might look if we put them on the building itself. Because currently we're looking at either on the building or ground-mounted kind of south of the parking. But this would provide for a little over 650 square feet of coverage on the roof. And then, as I mentioned, we're looking at locally sourced materials, so we're specifying Michigan-sourced natural stone. We're looking at some alternative siding options that are a little bit more efficient, more durable, rock wool insulation on the interior walls, spray foam insulation, so it would kind of exceed the building code requirements for the R value. And with that, we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. We'll move on to staff presentation. Mr. Kowalski.
Candace, do you think you could go back to the overall site? Because I was going to rely on your, just the
I
one of the
would
site.
love to. This
That
one?
one's good.
Perfect.
Thank you. Okay. Good evening, everyone. Again, I want to make sure up front that we realize as Planning Commission, there are two motions required here tonight. One is the approval of the site plan, the motion itself, as well as a landscape modification, which is a separate motion. So a couple of highlights that staff wanted to touch on, really. The project did evolve a little bit since we originally saw it, as well. We were working with the petitioner to minimize some of the parking on the site by utilizing the shared parking, which was an agreement that they came upon, which was supported by all staff really involved. It helps minimize impact to some of the natural features around the around the site as it stands right now. Actually, I'll go through the initial list right here again, that we have the shared parking and somewhat the access. As I understand it, the access is there's not transportation access across the site, but there would be shared access if there's emergency for fire and things like that if needed. So that was something that our fire marshal did look at as favorable, with that ability to cross across the sites like that. The landscape modification, as you guys are aware, is a separate motion, as I pointed out. That was supported by staff. Again, as you can see, the site is pretty heavily wooded to the south and then to the east that borders the single-family residential zoning districts there. That would require a 10-foot wide conflicting land use buffer, which again would require them basically clearing out the trees that are there to put in smaller trees and shrubs and possibly a berm. So staff came to the agreement with the petitioner that it would be much better to keep the existing vegetation as it stands on the site rather than replace it with much smaller vegetation. The transportation was a concern with the site that we looked in significantly, transportation issues, both regarding the curb cuts on the site as well as possibility of cut through traffic. As was indicated earlier by the petitioner, the curb cut onto Packard was something that was a no-go from the start. The curb cut directly onto Turnberry Lane, the distance was also reviewed by our transportation team, making sure that even in spite of where the building itself location is, we want to make sure that you have proper clearance regarding the intersection, the site distance from the building corner to that driveway, as well as the intersection. The distance of that curb cut from that intersection has to be a certain distance from there, so that is met by this design as well. Potential conflicts were identified with we've had a couple of neighborhood meetings, some neighborhood feedback in there. One of the concerns that was mentioned by the neighborhood was the location of mailboxes that are just off site across Turnberry Lane. If you see on the visual, it's a little bit of a highlighted area. I don't have the active mouse. It's across the street and so it's on the west side of Turnberry and just south of, yes, somebody's got their mouse on, just south of that, of their driveway right there. That was something that, again, the petitioner has indicated they would be willing to work with the neighborhood, but there's no neighborhood association in place now currently, so there wasn't necessarily a main contact to agree upon those solutions, but I think that's something that they are still willing to consider if they get a consensus opinion from the neighborhood in that area. But again, our traffic team did look at that. They didn't feel that was necessarily a conflict based on the traffic flow that was proposed at this location and the traffic flow that's typically generated at that mailbox location. They did do a traffic impact, basically a baseline traffic impact study for this. It did not require a larger study to be conducted, as well as no off-site improvements were required by that. A couple of the other issues, again, they did mention the shared dumpster. There's the small location for the recycling on the site as it stands. The EV parking is code compliant. And again, the petitioner is offering the electrification as an element required for the building as well. So I think that covers all the staff items that I wanted to address here. And again, obviously, we are recommending approval of the site plan as well as the landscape modification here tonight. That concludes. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Kowalski. All right, we're going to move on to public hearing. So this is an opportunity for persons to speak up to 3 minutes about the proposed 3680 Packard site plan. We'll first call on individuals present to address the commission, then remote participants. To speak during this public hearing remotely, please press *9 if listening by phone, or use the raise hand feature if you're viewing through the web link. And for phone access, again, that's call 877-853-5247 and enter meeting ID 977-6643-1226. City staff will select callers that have raised their hand using the last 3 digits of the phone number or by name if available. You're going to hear an automated announcement that the host is allowing you to speak, and when speaking, please move to a quiet area and mute any television or background sounds so that we can hear you clearly. So for either method of participation, once again, please state your name and address at the beginning of your comments, and is there anyone present that would like to speak on this particular matter?
My name's Janet Rickey, 3207 Ruin the Bin. I came here with questions, but Matt was able to answer most of those questions. Just wanted to say, though, that there was a notice that was put on a pole that's right next to the property. It was only put up yesterday, and I'm only learning about this project right now. And so I would just like to suggest that perhaps if there could be, in other projects around the city, if notice could be put up more ahead of time than at the last moment so that there is opportunity to give feedback on a project. I understand this project will probably go through as it is, which is fine, but I'm just saying for future that perhaps notice could be put up so that comments could be considered. And I just only have another question that wasn't brought up, was lighting on this corner. Knowing that the city has a plan, I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank on the name of it right now, but reducing the lighting. So just wondered about that aspect. And I think that's it. Again, that was kind enough to answer all my other questions, so thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this particular petition?
Thank you, Commissioner Lee. Ken Garber again, 28 Haverhill Court. The petitioner here is genuflecting towards all the right sustainability elements, building electrification, possibly geothermal, solar, but I did not hear anything definitive on any of this. It's the sort of, well, we're looking into all this right now. I guess I would be curious as to why they can't be more definite and definitive on these questions at this time. We've heard a lot over the last 3 years of petitioners coming in and saying, yeah, well, we're looking at this. We're looking at geothermal, we're looking at electrification, we're looking at solar, but it's too early in the process to really say whether we can do this. I mean, we can't even, we're not even going to start designing our mechanicals for another 6 months. I mean, really. But we're really seriously looking at this. So I don't mean to imply bad faith. I mean, maybe this is a really, definite effort on their part. I would be interested in hearing if they have a geothermal engineering report at this time and what it says, what might be the limiting factors. But to me, it sounds depressingly familiar at this point. I mean, once it's approved, no one's really going to go back and check and see what they've done and haven't done. I'd like to see more granularity on these points on the part of the petitioner. There's other things they could do as well, including battery storage, conformity with the 2021 IECC. As I mentioned before, the 820 plan mandates net zero energy buildings at this point. We're not getting very many. Yeah, so to me, it sounds like gas is not off the table at this point. I'd love to be wrong about that, please correct me if I'm wrong. But if this 32,273 square foot building is heated with gas, I calculate it will put out 335 metric tons CO2 equivalent emissions a year. I hope that doesn't happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garber. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in the room? Hello.
Hi, my name is Michelle Mahler. I live at 3267 Turnberry Lane. I wasn't going to talk because I talked to Matt and he already explained a lot about the traffic and everything. I was concerned about the entrance or the cutout, whatever you call it, on Turnberry Lane. We have a lot of traffic that comes through and we tend to get stuck at certain times at the light. And Matt already mentioned that the engineers were already looking at the traffic delays that we currently have. It's normally in the morning when parents are trying to get their kids out to school. My son goes to community, and so we sit there for 5 minutes or so trying to get out. And then coming in, in the wintertime, it's kind of hard coming in when it's winter and snow, and if they don't plow our area or salt it, you can crash into their car sometimes. And so I'm concerned about the traffic coming in and out. And the increase of traffic. And we also talked about with Matt about the possibility, other people trying to get out that other exit by the vet, that they might get tired of waiting for the traffic, to come out and might figure out, oh, there's an opening now over there at the new place. Let's cut through and come through at the light. So those are some concerns that I have about the new cutout in Turnberry, the increased traffic delay for our area. So that's all I really have to say. It sounds like it's going to be a nice place, though, but thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Seeing no one, do we have any remote callers?
We do.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending with 168. Please press *6 and address the Planning Commission for up to 3 minutes.
Right, this is calling Igor Vinitsky, 3255 Runzeban. I fully support the previous speakers, and I want to put a few new comments about what happened. And the intersection on the Turnberry Lane and Parker, it is very difficult to get out of the subdivision, especially in winter, because the city doesn't put enough salt on the surface and the intersection, and as a result, it creates a hazardous conditions. So it's very often happens that we have a traffic accidents in this corner. And I think that adding additional entrance intersection right on the Turnberry Lane, it will create very hazardous conditions for our kids, for our families, and it will rather than helping our city, it will create more problems. So I think that city should take care about this intersection, study about what conditions during the winter occurs there, and the cleanup of the snow. The second problem is that I checked through the documentation. I didn't see any estimation how much electrical energy, this building will be consuming. Our subdivision in the last 2 or 3 years, we were losing power continuously. Last year, we lost for 3 days because our grid here cannot support this power. And many people in our subdivision are putting electrical vehicles, and the power consumption will grow up. So if we'll put this building on our grid, we'll have more outages. So you need to think about citizens of our subdivision and our city rather than bringing new businesses. And I don't know what the value of this new office. We have already 6 or 7 dental clinics in this area. I don't understand why do we need to have another one. Yeah, I'm done. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there other remote callers?
No other callers.
Okay. With that, we close public hearing. Proposed motion, both will be taken together unless somebody would like to motion that they are taken separately. All right, again, there's two motions. The Ann Arbor City Planning Commission, this is being taken together and concurrently, approves the Blossom Dental Site Plan, 3680 Packard Road, dated June 29th, 2023, as the site plan complies with all applicable requirements of the Unified Development Code and other applicable laws, ordinances, standards, and regulations. And the second motion is with respect to the landscape modification and club, the conflicting land use buffer. The Ann Arbor City Planning Commission hereby approves the Blossom Dental Site Plan, 3680 Packard Road, landscape modification that allows existing trees and vegetations to be counted as the conflicting land use buffer. Moved by Councilmember Dish and seconded by Commissioner Weatherby. We are in discussion. Commissioner Weich.
I'll kick us off. Let's start with staff. I am confused by the conflicting land use buffer and why we need this modification, especially looking at the site and the trees. So why is this the case? It's like 75 feet of clearance. And now we have to do a modification so that they can leave the trees in place, because if they didn't do that, they would have to replace them with worse trees? Like, is this intentional?
Well, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
that's a good.
I don't think Mr. Leonard wants to answer that.
Oh, it should be on. My mic should be on. So, no, that's a good question. I mean, I think the first answer is really most sites are not this heavily wooded, of course. So that code, we don't have ability as staff to just keep that landscaping as it is there. We can only, the code requirement just says basically they have to, if you're installing office use with the parking lot, basically the requirements next to residential, you have to put that conflicting land use buffer in there. It doesn't give staff the ability, but if you have the 75 feet. So that's what was written directly in the code, even though, again, staff, our landscape reviewer said, yeah, absolutely, it's pointless to rip out bigger trees, which some of them are not native, I'll give you that. Sure. Some of them are quote unquote junk trees, but there are a lot of mature trees in there. So staff right away agreed, said, yeah, there's no sense in pulling out non-native trees, just putting in some much smaller ones. But in the UDC requires a landscape modification to be decided by Planning Commission, because there are sometimes, there may be some sites where Planning Commission may think it's not as favorable to keep the existing trees in there. So that's really, I know on this site it seems like overkill, exactly. But one thing that it also does do is it locks in, if this is, well, likely any new development, I know some concerns would be if the trees were removed or, excess parking goes into that, anything like that would trigger a site plan and would require a new landscape modification. So it's not like they can just, that locks them into basically keeping those trees like they are right now. Okay. So, and again, that would be the nature of the site plan anyway, but I think the way that UDC is written, it gives you, the Planning Commission, that discretion rather to grant the landscape modification. You may feel that it's better to put in smaller native trees with bushes, but, so that's basically why.
But doesn't the UDC require that because it's residential against parking, that whatever goes in there has to block windows and patios from being visible? So that would automatically create height requirements in order to create that obfuscation, right?
Correct. Yes, it has minimal height requirements for shrubs as well as trees. That's correct. So again, that would be another thing that maybe Planning Commission will look into. Is this an effective? They're not providing necessarily the ground cover, the low-lying shrubs as well as the trees. Is this just as an effective buffer as a 15-foot wide conflicting land use buffer? So, okay. But you're correct. The goal of that is to prevent, the traffic or lights, headlights and things like that interfering with the adjacent residential neighborhood.
Sure. My second question, Chair Lee, is that okay? Is to the petitioner. Why so much parking?
So the parking is based on the number of staff members and number of patients that are expected to be seen at any given time. So
is that sorry to interrupt you, but just to clarify, is that a requirement of the UDC that you have parking spaces for staff because they're going to be there?
No, there is no required parking.
Right. Okay, that's what I thought. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, so we tried to minimize it. So we're sharing 5 of those 10 existing ones and then adding 29 more. And Dr. Barber, you can correct me, there's, how many staff members are there at any one time?
On an average day, we have 10 staff there. We're a dual specialty practice, so we're pediatric dentistry and orthodontics. So there's short appointments, but there's.
Can you come up to the microphone so we can get that on?
Yeah, the Zoom listeners can't hear you.
So we are a dual specialty practice. We are pediatric dentistry and orthodontics. So this is the number of parking spots that we feel would be appropriate for staff and the number of patients that we need to see throughout the day.
Okay, so then a question to staff. Are there restrictions for the business from using street parking?
No.
So some of the parking could be accommodated on the street that is adjacent to the property, not as it goes into the turning lane, because I know there's a buffer from
Correct.
there. But
I don't know if there's parking on both sides of Turnberry off the top of my head, but it's a public street, so public parking would be allowed where it's permitted, but you're right, certain distance from the intersection.
Sure. Okay. Those are my two initial questions.
One thing, I'm sorry, the only thing I would add to the parking is as you all know very well, we don't have minimum parking standards anymore.
Right.
It wouldn't quite meet the minimum parking, so if we still had parking, they would be providing more parking on the site.
No, which is why we got rid of it.
So.
Mr. Leonard.
Matt, is there a parking maximum for this use?
No.
Any other commissioners? Councilmember Dish.
I'm sorry, I correct myself. We do have a parking max in the office district. I'm sorry. And that maximum, let me run it quickly. I thought we also have it looks like 74 would be the max.
Yeah, 74 spaces based on the building size.
So yes, we do have a parking max. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
I think we should come back to that. Does anybody want to keep talking about that? And I would cede, but otherwise, I would just ask something about the trees. So I noticed that you are preserving an existing elm tree, which is a landmark tree, and 5 landmarks are being removed. Now, Mr. Kowalski, you mentioned mature trees in that south part of the site that are being preserved as part of the eminently reasonable landscape modification I think we are likely to vote in favor of. Are there any landmark trees in that vegetation that is being reserved as open space?
No, there's one landmark tree in that area.
Oh, there is one landmark tree.
And it looks like I'm running the other one, looks like it's going to be removed up close. Unfortunately, the landmark trees are all in the corner of where the building needs to be because of setback requirements. I think there's how many, 7 total on the site? Or I forget how many, but.
I believe so, yes. And all of them that are being removed, with the exception of one, are clustered right in the corner.
Yeah, right in the front
Turnberry and
corner.
Packard.
So there are mature trees to the south side of that site. Some of them are invasive, so they wouldn't qualify as, and there's like a lot of Siberian elm. So again, there's some that, even though they're larger trees, they don't qualify because technically they're invasive.
Okay.
But there's only one landmark tree that's going to be preserved in that area. I'm not sure what species that is of.
And that's the elm, you mean, or is there one in that southern part also?
I'd have to look.
Because the elm is up by the building, the elm that's being preserved.
There's an oak on the south end that's a landmark tree being preserved.
Okay, so there's an oak on the south end and then the elm on the.
It looks like, yeah, which is good. That
Yeah.
actually, the
Yeah.
landmark tree that's being preserved is a 19-inch bur oak.
That's nice.
So
Okay.
yeah, that's
So
like the only oak on the entire site, I think.
That's really nice, and I wanted to just highlight that because we had heard a concern raised earlier in the open comment period, so thank you for doing that. And I'm glad it's 2. And then just, I guess the other thing is, how committed are you to not heating with gas, as per the other question we heard?
I'm committed to fully exploring all possible options. I know that's not the answer that he hopes to hear, but I'm still looking at cost and what is involved. I understand the initiative to go electric. I support it. I am from Ann Arbor. I love the city. I love everything we stand for, but we're still exploring the options, but I will incorporate everything that I can. Yeah.
Does any other commissioners have any questions? Commissioner Salve.
just think, seeing the intensity that's planned for the site, you're at about, the allowable is about 0.75 FAR, and you're about 0.25. So you can do additional floor area. Just future thinking here, dreaming big. That green space could be, 2 or 3 stories of residential. Next to residential, maybe for staff, that wouldn't require a conflicting land use buffer if additional parking weren't required, if it filled in that green space, correct? Yes?
Yes, residential with.
Adjacent to residential without a parking as that separation sort of thing. So I think, relative to our required setbacks and the situation, this tightly holds it to the corner. And I actually just encourage the petitioner to consider the potential to create a residential buffer with a second phase of this project that is just going to, further match some of that community goals of our housing requirements. And it won't be to the detriment of what's already planned there. So I think it's great. It's actually unfortunate. The only other thing I can see in this project is that there's probably not enough collaboration of connecting sites together, how you have the share without kind of that thoroughfare. And so, that movement on Turnberry and that those parking spots really kind of block depending on people's habits of parking within those 10 spaces. And it would be great to see more ways that our policies could engage those interconnected sites for maybe more pedestrian friendly, slower streets off of these collector corridors. So this project just kind of highlights that as an example to kind of put in our reference deck of things that could be improved within our policies and encourage between parcels when they design going forward. But
Can I speak to that just a little?
yeah, please.
When we were designing it, that was definitely something that we were keeping in mind. But like the residents have said, I was very concerned about the potential for cut through from the, I think is it Cherry Hill is the dirt road that people need to enter the cat clinic. And I did not want to create a situation where there was dangerous cross traffic and excessive traffic coming to that light. And so that's why there is kind of that shared parking, but you're right, it probably will be, full of staff cars. It was a trade-off between wanting to share space and utilize it the best way possible without creating the situation that the neighbors were concerned about.
Yep. And I think, we have a lot of traffic tools that I don't think we utilize enough, chicanes and bollards and things to slow down and pinch to deter those kind of quick cuts and instead say this is a slower transition point so that if you're making several errands, move across this. But those aren't tools that we use very often in our city, right? Plastic bollards instead of actual chicanes and slowing down traffic. So these are the best tools that we have. And I understand you don't have control of drivers' habits, but it would be great to see how we can improve that going forward. And this is just one of those projects. I recall a couple on West Stadium, and even I think on Devar, and we saw developments side by side and those streets not connecting. And if you think about subdivisions and how kids connect through, I'm just taking a tangent, but this is just a really good example project to show the collaborative nature that we could kind of foster between parcels could really engage more of that community connection and those slower multimodal spaces. So thanks for the project.
Commissioner Abrams.
I just had a small question. I noticed in the floor plan on the southern portion of the building, there's about 600 square feet that are designated lease space, and I wondered what you had in mind for that.
Do you want the specifics of it?
Yeah.
So
You're leasing it to a tenant, I assume?
Leasing it to a tenant that is going to be part of a collaborative effort to be a multi-purpose pediatric provider. So in pediatric dentistry, we do a lot that's focused on airway and healthy breathing, and this will be a practitioner, a single practitioner who's what's called a myofunctional therapist, who will help with airway issues, thumb habits, things like that, evaluating for tongue tie, lip tie. She's also a lactation consultant and a speech pathologist, so it's going to be kind of this this area where people can go to have everything evaluated for their children and then treated. But she's just a single person. She sees one patient at a time. It should be fairly low impact for my space.
Great, thanks.
Yeah.
Commissioner Mills.
2 questions, I think mostly for staff, and I think I answered the first one myself. So I was curious about how the address would work for this, since the entrance is off of Turnberry. And so I just Googled the cat clinic, which also doesn't have a access on Packard, but has a Packard address. And at least then it tells you to turn onto Cherry Tree Lane. So presumably now Google Maps is smart, or people's things. Okay. I just wanted to, because you're not going to turn around on Packard. And so I just didn't know how you handle that. This is obviously the safer access point, I think, significantly safer access point, but I just didn't know what you do. And I guess this is a place where people are coming back regularly. Hopefully
Not that regularly.
Hopefully not that regularly, but hopefully they do meet their regular.
Hopefully every 6 months.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. All right, so that took care of that one. The second one is for staff about the comment that was made about notice being posted.
Yeah.
And do you know what, I went to the UDC, but if you can refresh us all on how notice posting works and who's responsible, and if we know what happened in this situation.
Staff, yeah, right, staff. So we have the two notices. One is the postcard that you guys are aware of. The other is the sign that's posted there. I did post that sign there last week, actually. It was there on Thursday, because I went out there myself with my car. And so we did post that on Thursday. We only have, so it's taped around a light pole, basically. So we have one notice, and I debated about whether to put another one on Packard. The code doesn't specify necessarily where we put it, so I put it directly on Turnberry, thinking, but I mean, it faces the street, so you could easily probably drive by it. It's a white sign. So it was posted, but that's not the most visible location. Apparently, a lot of people didn't see it, but that is true.
Got it. And in terms of, for notice that people would have gotten in the mail for this, what is the requirement?
That was the 500-foot postcard. They didn't have it's 300 feet. Well, I actually looked to.
This is not a test, because I didn't answer
Mr.
that.
Leonard, I know, I'm thinking,
I didn't put
500
that
feet.
one up ahead of time. It was somebody whispering in my ear, like, what about the postcards?
So they were required before they, when the project submitted, they're required, as a part of the CPO, the Citizen Participation Ordinance, to mail out the postcard within 500 feet. So that goes out right when the project was submitted. They were not required to have a public meeting, didn't meet that threshold, but they were required to mail out the postcard. And then the notice for the public hearing, I'll look to Mr. Leonard or Mix Kelly to, I think it's 300 feet that goes out before the public notice. Mr. Leonard, is that 500 feet or the public notice that goes out?
For public hearings, it's
For
a
public
300-foot radius notice. For citizen participation, this was a 500.
Is the 500, yeah. And that's the postcard that's mailed out right when we get the project accepted is the postcard. And then the other notice is when we decide on the public hearing.
And so presumably in this situation, and it's measured from the property boundary?
Yes.
Not like the centroid of the.
No, it's measured from the boundary, the
Okay.
300 foot and the 500 feet as well. It's
Okay.
measured directly from the
But
edge
even
of
that,
the
it's
boundary, not
probably
the center of the
going
site.
only a few properties
Right,
down
with-
the road.
Exactly.
Okay.
With 500 feet or 300, it doesn't, it's not going to go that far when parcels are 50, 60 feet wide.
All right.
I can tell you for our postcards that we mailed, based on the 500 feet distance, we mailed 160 postcards.
Oh.
So.
Okay.
The city provided those addresses, so
We do.
assuming that they were generated correctly, but that was our list.
Do you remember what month that was that those went out?
They were mailed on April 7th.
Okay.
I can.
Thank you for having that numerical number there. Obviously, it's a numerical number. Anyway, sorry, it's late. It's past my bedtime. So I'm curious. Thanks for bringing this to our attention about the visibility, and I think that of these and kind of how the postcard mailing works, and this is something kind of periodically that comes up about like what text goes on there and kind of how visible things are. So adding to our every item tonight may come back. Anyway, in terms
It doesn't have to.
In terms of future proposed business. But overall, I think that this is an appropriate use. I really like what Commissioner Abrams said about thinking about or Commissioner Sauvé, sorry, not Abrams, Sauvé, channeling internally, about thinking about what this site could be in the future, too. So.
Commissioner Hammerschmidt.
I like that too, for the record. Okay, so I'm assuming that there's no gas line on this property right now, right? It's just trees.
As far as I'm aware, there is not gas there.
Okay. I have to say, based on this presentation, like I did get the sense that you guys are committed to doing whatever you can to make sure that this is all electric. It's hard. It's worth it. But it is really hard. So you have to kind of persevere and be unwavering and committed to that. Please don't put in a gas line on a site that doesn't have a gas line. Arborwood is awesome. It's awesome. And the only other thing, you said an electric dryer and electric stove. I hope you meant induction stove. Induction is way better than electric.
I don't see us doing a ton of stove cooking
Yeah.
in there.
Yeah.
But we will consider
But I
that.
think they're more
But- 'cause I
efficient.
agree,
There's-
electric is difficult.
Yeah, no, induction's
Yeah.
great, and there's no worry about like people touching a hot surface or anything like that. It like, and I think there's it's under the IRA stuff. I think same with like heat pump dryers too. Those might not be big enough capacity. This is getting really in the weeds, but those just like stuck out at me. So this is a great project, great location. So thank you. It's I love the design and what was the funkitecture?
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Any other commissioners? If not, I think everyone pretty much covered a lot of the questions I had. Landmark trees, we talked about insufficient notice and notice provisions as well, and then the environmental sustainability element. And I do want to actually address something that Mr. Garber said about, why do we hear this all the time? And there's something that was running through my mind as you said that. It's because to me, there's a little bit of sequence here, right? There's a site plan, and then when you're going into, you have a permit set, you have a bid set, you have a construction drawing set. So there's these kinds of like different segments of architectural drawings that you're ordering. And, for small business owners like yourself, again, I applaud you going through this process. It can be a very expensive kind of ordeal to say, I'm ordering an MEP set now when I don't even have like kind of like the fundamental building outline design. So as far as like pediatric dentistry goes, I mean, they do a lot of crazy things like putting TVs on the ceilings, and they have a lot of pump requirements. We do a lot of oral surgery clinics and dentists, so we've gone through the process. So when you are ordering these MEP, mechanical, electrical, plumbing sets, it's a very heavy spend. And that's when you say, I have the outline, and this is what I'm looking to do. That bid set is when you start getting commitments from subcontractors that say, hey, this is what I can do it for, and you see if it fits in your budget. And don't get me wrong, dentists are, like, bankers love dentists. They're like, oh, great, graduate degrees, yeah, we're happy to fund, but you have to stay within budget. And so I think the challenge that we have here is, again, from the zoning empowered standards of building basically setback, what we are enumerated to basically enforce under the UDC, it is challenging to sit here and say, well, you should have ordered an MEP set when we don't have a final site plan yet. And so it's asking somebody to spend money preemptively. So that is the conflict, because certainly I agree with you. I'd love to see more stipulations, and the commitment should be there, but it is just a sequencing issue because, again, you go for a permit set before you even, you say, I have fire, life, safety, egress, ingress. These are the items that I'm going to tackle to get things moving with the city. And then at a certain point, you're going to start pulling trigger on these different sequences. So that's, I think, the kind of challenge that we have. We are asking for commitments before they have had a chance to say, line by line with commitments from subs, hey, this is in my budget. So I certainly understand the conundrum. We certainly want to see the commitment, but I also understand why they can't they just don't want to make promises they can't necessarily keep. This project, they might go through the entire entitlements process, and then at the end of it, they say, wow, we're like 40% over budget. What are we doing, right? So I think that there's a challenge. I certainly hear you. And our 820 plan is something that we agree to as a community. So I'd love, again, as a citizen of Ann Arbor, please try to explore them with good faith. I think the horizontal geothermal is definitely worth it. But as you indicated about the MEP, it's simply just looking at the sequencing of things. I don't see how somebody could order that MEP, hiring a team of engineers to essentially design the mechanical systems prior to actually even having an outline. So other than that, we covered pretty much, trees, notice. I think that, and just for procedural clarification, staff, this is a site plan by right, so this ends here, right? This doesn't go to council.
That's correct. Correct.
So these motions being taken together will be the approval of the site plan, correct? Okay, cool. That is all I have to say. Is there anybody else that wants to have any final words before we go to roll call vote? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Commissioner Sauvé.
Yes.
Commissioner Abrams.
Yes.
Commissioner Hammerschmidt.
Yes.
Commissioner Dish.
Yes.
Commissioner Lee.
Yes.
Commissioner Clark.
Yes.
Commissioner Mills.
Yes.
Commissioner White.
Yes.
Commissioner Weatherby.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thanks, Al.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
We are moving on to item 9A. We're at 9 o'clock right now. I will be recusing myself from this discussion since it involves the TC1 district, as my employer owns property in the TC1 district. So I will be handing over this to Commissioner Vice Chair Abrams. Oh, yeah, you need this.
I don't know if I need it.
Here you go. That's the one. Oh, yeah, 5 minutes.
Yes. Sorry, I was just like orienting myself to the world. It's 9 o'clock. We're going to take a 5-minute break, so we will resume at 9:05. Thank you. I don't know if that worked. I'm waiting for CTN to be back. Okay, welcome back to our meeting. Picking up where we left off, we are now going to move to item 9A. And this is a petition regarding the TC1 district, narrow rights-of-way, amendments to Chapter 55 Unified Development Code. This is a proposed UDC amendment for recommendation to City Council. The staff recommendation is approval, and we'll begin with a staff presentation by Mix Kelly.
Thank you very much. I will expand my screen here. I just want to note that in addition to my presentation for Q&A, we have on the line via Zoom also Planner DeLeo, our resident TC1 expert, so she will be on hand as well. I want to, as we're looking through what we'll talk through with this item, there were a number of attachments in addition to a staff report on this item. If you did not get a chance to look at all of the attachments, just wanted to draw your attention to them. Just an overview of what TC1 intended to do: promote mixed-use pedestrian-friendly redevelopment, reduce vehicle travel, increase destination access, offer housing options, while easing regulatory constraints like floor area ratio. This presentation is one of a two-parter responding to Council Resolution R22-390, which directed the Planning Commission to consider modifications to the TC1 zoning district. As you heard at the beginning of this meeting, the first part of that, to incorporate limited automobile-related uses, was brought to you first, and it was just passed yesterday evening. And after presenting at some working sessions, and now you have before you the second part, which is to address constraints of existing narrow rights-of-way. So what is tonight's motion and staff recommendation? It is to modify section 5.10.2 to establish transit corridor as a street type designation with a reference map. This is similar to the downtown overlay zoning reference map, which we have also renamed as a street type designation map for consistency. And to amend Chapter 55 of the Unified Development Code, Section 5.17, to provide front setbacks based on this designation, with 20-foot minimums and 40-foot maximums measured from curb lines, and to clarify some other parameters related to those two. What is the goal of these amendments? Primarily something very simple. This is not a cure-all, it's not a silver bullet. We want to make sure that new buildings are not blocking possibilities and future needs of our sidewalk zone. And also, at the same time, limit the furthest distance of buildings to 40 feet from curb or the front lot line, whichever is closest. And these setbacks, we're under no illusions, they're not a substitute for other things. A robust corridor study or development vision tailored by location, design guidelines, which would be informed by each corridor location, capital investments to fund desired streetscapes, or right-of-way acquisition itself. This is to keep buildings out of spaces that they'll be an obstacle. The applicable corridors are the current TC1 zoned areas, State and Eisenhower, Stadium Maple corridors, and also those just to tee up, although the map is not, does not include Plymouth and Washtenaw, that it would also eventually encompass those corridors once rezoned. So just to dive a little deeper into the problem definition of what was presented to us by council, trying to address inconsistent frontages. Some of our front lot lines are very close to curbs. In fact, they overlap or are one with our curb lines, or sometimes they're very far away. Our current setbacks allow building to front lot lines, even if that is 2 feet from the curb. Even if the max setback of 15 feet is utilized, that's not required right now. And so we are still kind of at the mercy of negotiations. That's our current requirement. We're requesting that developers, petitioners, work with us to do the right thing. A walkable, and just finally, walkable transit-friendly infill. This is so core to TC1 can only happen with high pedestrian comfort and space for the amenities that provide them comfort to walk. At the bottom is a table on this slide of the existing right-of-way from curb to property line as measured by our very own Mr. Leonard. I think we did not quite ascertain the maximum on Maple, but just for a flavor of what is out there today, we have on the State and Eisenhower, on State Street corridor, lot lines varying from 0 feet from curb to 50 feet from curb. On Eisenhower, 11 to 65 feet. On Stadium, 0 to 14 feet. Maple, as low as 2 for sure, potentially up to a higher footage. On Maple, 0 to 69, and on Washtenaw, 0 to 38, which it's just a good example of the variability of our property lines and what we're able to accomplish within property line regulation alone, as in the current regulation, not measured from curb. So State Street at Hilton, these are examples from our current TC1 zoning district. This first example is near Briarwood Mall, just north of I-94. Existing TC1 setbacks here would allow, but not require, approximately 20 feet from the back of curb line. I did look back through the December 2017 South State Street corridor study. It envisioned a 10-foot tree lawn in this area with a 5-foot sidewalk. I think staff would agree that the tree lawn space is correct, but a wider sidewalk than a 5-foot minimum, which is almost at the bare ADA minimum standard, is probably not appropriate here. So the corridor study for this area did recommend basically a 15-foot minimum, which we would encourage exceeding. Next, an example at West Eisenhower at South Main, also just near Briarwood Mall. The existing TC1 setbacks would allow but not require 65 feet from back of curb line. So 50 feet plus the 0 to 15 feet, 15 from the front lot line being our current regulation off of West Eisenhower, and 43 feet from back of curb on South Main. The measurement isn't shown. So the proposed setback would limit the building setback to the front property line location. So it would actually reduce the setback in this scenario. On one side by 3 feet, on another side by, at a minimum, 10 feet. Then moving on to just have a handful of these examples to show the variation of what's out there. This is West Stadium at Arbordale. This is a speedway location on the top corner. There's 5 lanes of road here, but we have about 5 feet from the property line to the curb that, and under current regulations, building could be built right up to that property line, and you would be between 5 lanes of traffic in a building with no space for a door swing zone. Very uncomfortable, not very compatible with our goals for TC1. So existing setbacks here would allow, but they would not require 20 feet from the curb line. This example at North Maple and Jackson showed quite a lot of variation on the south side. That triangle cutout on the southwest corner was about 60 feet from the turn, the center of the turn radius of the curb to the property line. On the north side, I've shown a distance on the northwest corner of 30 feet. And then you can see on the northeast corner, there's no distance between the curb and the property line. As you move a little bit farther south on South Maple, there is a winnowing of the distance that goes from 60 feet down to 1.7 is what I was able to measure from our internal GIS tools. So this is, all of the corners of this intersection would fall under the proposed setbacks. West Stadium at West Liberty, almost all of the front lot line corners are 3 feet from the curb. So this is, there's pinch points basically on every corner where we would struggle without, again, a lot of, and this would still be the case, but I think we would have less regulatory bargaining power. We would have to have a negotiation in each of these corners if they were to be redeveloped with property owners to get adequate right-of-way. Washtenaw Chalmers Drive. This is one of our proposed zones on Washtenaw, and this is right in front of, if you've seen the Vitamin Shop business right here. That is, the existing setbacks would allow but not require 15 feet back. The sidewalk here is about 10 feet. So you're getting about an extra 5 feet from the back of curb. I just showed here what 20 feet would be. And if you can keep your mind fixed on this location, this little shadow thing here is a for lease sign, and I'll show it to you. So 20 feet would be just before this for lease sign. It would basically double the sidewalk, but in the future, maybe, possibly, we could swap the sidewalk with a tree lawn. So you would be walking closer to a business. The Vitamin Shop is just over 40 feet. I think it's 43 feet from the back of curb. You know, these aren't super precise measurements, but to give you a sense of how close it feels and what the variation would be, that's the setup. So our proposed solution and rationale. Without silver bullets, without having a huge effort to study in depth each one of these corridors, to just get buildings out of the way, to put us in a better bargaining position, to preserve a future that will actually be workable for the vision of TC1, we propose to consistently require buildings be 20 feet to 40 feet or from the back of curb or their front lot line if the distance from the curb is greater than 40 feet. And to limit this requirement to tailor it just to transit corridors as defined in the street designation map, leaving the other setbacks unchanged. So side streets, they have limited right-of-way. We are not tackling that at this time. It could still be, again, as some of the other examples I just gave, be worked out with the developer on a one-on-one basis. But we're worried about those really large 5-lane roads, the transit corridors and the large arterials that are in these districts. The proposed amendments account for desirable walkable conditions, work backward from space they will need. So some of the rationale for how we landed with 20 to 40 feet. The National Association of City Transportation Officials, it's a highly respected, progressive organization in the space of urban transportation. They, shown here is an image of what's often called the pedestrian zone. It can be broken up into different slices, frontage zone next to building, pedestrian zone just for walking, something that's sometimes called an amenity zone, a furnishing zone, a landscaping zone, generally where trees go, where bike racks go, where benches go, and then there are other zones that you can create. But they specifically weigh in not on those other zones, but just on the walking zone and say, if you're going to have a downtown or commercial area, really it should be 8 to 12 feet. Try not to go below 8 to 12 feet. So we took that in mind. That's one of the big space hogs, in a good way, space for people. Another one of the big space hogs that we're working backward from, one of the big users, is trees. And if you had a chance to look through the staff report, you'll see that there's quite a bit of information dedicated to talking about trees. And the reason for that is because they provide so many benefits if they can grow really tall and wide and are healthy, but they need a lot of space to do that. And I spoke with folks in urban forestry at the city, tried to consult as much up-to-date information on this topic as reasonable. And for the medium to large varieties of trees that we really want, that are going to give us cooling effect, that are going to give us buffering from traffic, that are going to make people's stress levels lower, that are going to absorb stormwater, they need basically 8 to 10 feet too. They need kind of a minimum of 8 feet. So now our minimum's kind of looking at 16 feet. So you can see where you start to grow that space. Some other rationale to respond to the city council resolution. Specifically, they asked about benches, bus shelters, bike racks. So we looked into those. And even looking at those, you kind of, if you want to have bus shelters, want to keep about 6-7 feet, and that's for a small bus shelter. We're talking about growing service, sunsetting fueling stations. We're talking about aggressive targets for our moving together plan to shift modes. You kind of need really good transit amenities for that, and this is referencing just the bare minimum. Another rationale, just because it may not be common knowledge for everyone, in terms of bus stop waiting area, you do need, in order to use federal funds to site bus stops, and you may even be putting yourself at some legal peril if you do it without federal funds, to put in a paved boarding area. You're supposed to have 8 feet perpendicular to the curb to do that. It can include the sidewalk. Sometimes you'll see something funky where there'll be a paved area at a bus stop, and then the sidewalk, and then like another foot of paved area or 2 feet of paved area. That's really to meet this PROAG, Public Rights-of-Way Accessibility Guidelines, access board regulations. So if you provide it to begin with, you avoid some kind of weird math and case-by-case situations you have to do, and you just have the space that you need. There is precedent for measuring from curb. We tried to get in touch with colleagues a little over a month or so ago in Gainesville to see if we could talk to them, because they do this. Actually, they prescribe by the area of the sidewalk zone. So they define, this is how much we want for landscaping zone, this is how much we want for our sidewalk zone, and this is how much we want for our building frontage zone. And they do this across a variety of transects. I'm assuming that they have a form-based code or something similar. So just in the staff report, there was a kind of 2-page table that just reflects conversations that happened at your working session that was in May now, where we talked about this, and also conversations that happened as we were teasing out how to approach this internally as staff. Just again, I'm going to add a disclaimer that adding new setback language doesn't automatically acquire necessary space for pedestrians and transit users where it's lacking. It doesn't solve the need for conversations and action on topics like easements, donations, capital improvements on a property or citywide basis. It just makes sure that that possibility remains open because there's not a building in the way that we required to be there. So just a few of those. One of the bigger conversations, that came up during the working session was relocating curbs instead of buildings. This devoted quite a bit of text to this. This is very difficult to accomplish because utilities are situated adjacent to the curb. It includes water lines, gas lines, stormwater infrastructure. Some of those have their own easements already that we've said, yes, you can access this space, and we start to move things. It has a little bit of a domino effect that can be challenging, can add a lot of cost. Also, we need space for active transportation, transit infrastructure, and the central role of certain streets for urban freight. At some point, you do have to allocate a hierarchy of roads to say, on some streets, we will allow trucks until trucks are sunset from our cities, but that's not today. So with dedicated space for other needs, like those just mentioned, the excess space that may be perceived in the roadways quickly evaporates. I gave some examples in the table that was in the staff report. For example, transit lanes are often just a little bit wider than regular lanes. Bike lanes, if you want them to be buffered, unless you want someone to just ride in what engineers might refer to as a gutter pan, that's going to be wider than 5 feet. If it becomes a two-way cycle path, it gets wider. Dedicated space for transit means that you have to think differently about your general purpose lanes. So in sum, it's imperative to plan for and anticipate the goals of Ann Arbor's key corridors before accepting to alter their curb-to-curb widths. So just, I won't go through all of these. I'll revisit them in discussion if commissioners would like, but just drawing your attention to them, that they are in your packet. That completes my presentation.
Thank you. We'll now move on to the public hearing. So this is an opportunity for persons to speak for up to 3 minutes about the proposed TC1 Unified Development Code amendments. We will first call on individuals present to address the commission, then remote participants. To speak during the public hearing remotely, press *9 if listening by phone, or use the raise hand feature if viewing through the web link. For phone access, call 877-853-5247 and enter meeting ID 977-6634-1226. City staff will select callers that have raised their hand using the last 3 digits of your phone number or by name. You'll hear an automated announcement that the host is allowing you to speak. Please move to a quiet area, mute television or background sounds so we may hear you clearly. For either method of participation, please state your name and address at the beginning of your comments. Is there anyone present that would like to speak at this time?
Thanks, Commissioner Abrams. Ken Arbor again. I know zippo about setbacks. I've devoted 0 minutes of my life to thinking about them or talking about them. But since I'm here, I just thought I'd give a few impressions. First of all, fantastic staff presentation and report and staff report. Huge amount of research and thought went into the graphics and the arguments and counter arguments. I thought, this is tremendous, almost an academic exercise and really good. I guess the 20 to 40 feet thing is the big question, and it seems sensible to me. Just one question I have is I noticed in the NACTO pedestrian zone illustration that was shown just now, it had a bike lane off the street, basically in the pedestrian zone. And I'm wondering if that's something that is under consideration. Are we always going to have TC1 bike lanes in the roadway? Washtenaw right now, it's probably fatal to try to ride down that, although I know people who do it. Regarding the relocation curb argument, yeah, I'd like to see narrower arterial roadways as well. It sounds like there's practical difficulties to that. But basically, my perspective is that of a bike rider, and I want to see that streamlined and facilitated as much as possible. So if it takes the 20 to 40 feet standard to do it, I'm in favor of that. Other than that, I have no coherent thoughts about this whatsoever, and I look forward to your discussion, which I'm sure will be much more nuanced and educated. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody who would like to address the commission remotely?
There is. Adam Juskevich, you have 3 minutes to address the Planning Commission.
Hi, this is Adam Juskevich, 1430 Las Vegas Drive. I was going to have a few questions, but I think that they are mostly answered in the potential counterarguments section of the staff report, which I think is really great. Like the way that's done. Like a lot of the questions that I did have on this, it's like, hey, there's my question, and there's an answer to it. So that's pretty cool. I think the one thing that I do still have kind of a question on is this multiple curbs thing. I think that that's referring to areas like on Washtenaw. There's the Washtenaw Service Drive, which is kind of like goes through the parking lot in front of some of the businesses on Washtenaw. That's kind of a weird situation. And another one, I know this is not one of the TC1 things, but might be in the future, is along Packard. That also has kind of a weird double curb thing with St. Aubin, which I think is a city street that's kind of a parking lot as well. So is that what we're talking about with multiple curbs? I think it is. So I just wanted some clarification on that and what kinds of considerations we would have around those, because I think it's kind of a unique situation. Thank you.
Thank you.
If you'd like, Vice Chair, I can address some
Sure.
of the concerns that were brought up.
We do have one more speaker if you want to finish the public
I'm sorry.
hearing first. Victor Cog, you have 3 minutes to address the planning commission.
Victor Krug, actually, but I'm calling from Ward
My
5.
apologies.
Hello, good. Honestly, I'm kind of annoyed that this is back in front of you guys, as it was discussed at length prior to passage of the rezone. First, which I didn't hear discussed in the presentation, is the safety review issue. Second, the city doesn't use eminent domain to increase sidewalk easements. And third, we don't need this wasted space in our high-density corridors. There does seem to be a misconception floating around there that increasing these setbacks will widen the right-of-way. But the landowners are under no obligation to cede their land to the city. They could have vegetation directly next to that sidewalk if they like it. It's their land, and the city's not prepared to annex it using the law. Any proposed building that is unsafe, though, will be rejected by staff under said safety review. And nobody is going to make a 0-foot setback building, say at the Dairy Queen lot. If the city-owned right-of-way feels claustrophobic, then the city needs to prove that right-of-way. Calculating the setbacks differently within the same zoning designation on a street-by-street basis is needlessly complicated. Measuring the setback from the lot line, I think, should remain the singular standard. And what happens when a structure becomes non-conforming when the city decides to move a curb? One of the best parts of this TC1 zoning was the simplicity, and I think that complicating it is a step in the wrong direction. The simple zoning, I think, is what will help attract more developers to our city to meet these housing goals that we have. And finally, this TC1 has been more or less undevelopable for the last year because of this debate over the setbacks. These developments could have already been designed, reviewed, financed at a much more affordable interest rate. And I hope that you guys can end the debate today and get to rezoning Plymouth and Washtenaw so we can actually meet our desperately needed housing goals. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
No other speakers.
Mix Kelly.
To one of the first things that was brought up about whether or not at-grade or raised bicycle facilities would be considered on some of our arterial corridors, the answer is yes, these would. Our transportation group is very interested in these in the future, but they would require setting aside money for an in-depth study. It would require more study. So we think that having the space available to potentially accommodate an at-grade facility is supportive of that, but there are no specific plans. There's some things that are recommended in the Moving Together Toward Vision Zero plan, but not in specifics. With the third color.
Multiple curbs.
Multiple curbs, we do recommend that that be a part of the conversation of rezoning on Washtenaw. I think that the future of the city-owned right-of-way and what is effectively a parking lot, but it's city right-of-way, needs to be discussed thoroughly during community engagement. It's something that is also on Packard, but not in the areas, to our understanding, that are under discussion tonight in your transit designation map.
Thank you. I will now read the motion, and then we'll move to discussion. So the proposed motion is, the Ann Arbor City Planning Commission hereby recommends that the mayor and city council approve amendments to Chapter 55 Unified Development Code, Sections 5.10.2 and 5.17, Table 5.17-4. To establish transit corridor as a street type designation on the street type designation map referenced and made a part of the chapter in section 5.10.2. To provide required front setbacks based on street type designation in the TC1 district, section 5.17, table 5.17-4, and to clarify parameters where such a setback would apply in section 5.17, table 5.17-4. Moved by Commissioner Dish, seconded by Commissioner Mills. We're in discussion. Is there anybody who would like to kick us off? Commissioner Sauvé.
So maybe the first question relative to the conversation about negotiation, similar, we can't negotiate a building to be set back further when it's appropriate. Can we negotiate what gets put in the setback if we require it? So could that front setback space of 20 feet relative to whatever's on the property line be filled, with full vegetation blocking paths that aren't obstructing? Could it be put transformers, and what other elements would be allowed within setback zones that would have to be under negotiation instead of requirement?
I'm going to ask Planner DeLeo to chime in to help answer this question.
I am unmuted. I'm going to open up the code to refresh myself, but vegetation, yes, that would be allowed in the setback area. There are some structures that are allowed in the front setback area in all districts. But the important thing is that, generally speaking, whatever structure is allowed is probably much more easily moved in the future than an actual building. The things that are allowed in the front setback area are things like open and unroofed terraces and patios, awnings, flagpoles, retaining walls, fountains, sidewalks, mailboxes, lights, and fences. Parking lots, parking spaces can be permitted, but only if they are also enabled in the parking section. But things like solid waste containers or mechanical equipment are not permitted in the front setback area.
Okay, thank you. My next question may be about the 8 foot plus 8 foot as a continuous additional spot. At least my understanding, similar to ADA standards, that can be narrowed for doorways down to 32 inches, understanding that there are pinch points, but the average thoroughfare is there. So has staff looked at staggered trees, pinch points, the cadence of what's desired and requested and negotiated within these areas relative to that? Or are we just creating the widest area possible for a vision that is lacking at this point?
There is such variation in some key areas across multiple corridors. I tried to show the breadth of that variability in the lot lines, that to do this in more depth, as opposed to what's being presented today, we think would require a much longer corridor study that would look parcel by parcel to present something similar to what you're suggesting. Staff understanding of the desire for expediency on advancing TC1 amendments and regulations did not allow for that granular level of review. It could, of course, be done, but it would require more time.
I think it's just the cadence of, I guess here's kind of my review and understanding, 8 feet for trees and 8 feet for pedestrian space for the continuance of it instead of 8 feet for pedestrian space, and then trees incrementally pinching maybe that down to 6 feet or 5 feet at points when those trees are planted with a passable grate on top of those roots, allow you to narrow that and maintain a more street front corridor. So that's where I feel like we're pushing as wide as possible to give us the space when we could be strategically thinking in a compact way to still fit some of those things. And we're pushing things rather than being nimble and flexible. So I have concerns about the width in that regard. Door swings, so let me kind of go through all of my not concerns. Yes, we have to have petitioners do the right thing. If we give this right away, we still have to have them do the right thing within that space that we've now required them to hold. Setbacks are for the full building face. So even if we had them recess the potential, I guess I can talk about it a little bit more now. Southtown, the ground floor recesses, and then the upper floors extend out. And so it gives you a lot more ground floor width, but it actually enables more square footage above. But that opportunity is eliminated by this setback. That line goes to the sky, like goes to the atmosphere, right? Once we draw that line, there is no opportunity to stagger. Things like that bus extension is a specific point that is, reviewed and negotiated. We're talking with, traffic impact study about that and how traffic impact study should have more weight in not just recommendations, but requirements in our site plan. So I feel like we can tackle that within that requirement. And frankly, like we have 5-lane roads and we can do stuff. We can put curbs that have water run under them. We can consolidate this. I'm on North Main. It's narrower than West Stadium, and we've got trucks pulling in and out. We don't have lights, and that's the riskiest point. We have a lot of lights and timing there, and I think creating more resistance to an area that we want to enable more projects to happen doesn't give the flexibility. And I'm not interested in death by 1,000 cuts by zoning. We talk about, at least, it's on our agenda to unzone, and this just feels like extra zoning. I don't have the concerns. This is just another another restriction, cutting back the opportunity to do something with the streetscape, making it wider. Where it's at, the subway got a car in it, at 20 feet. So it's I'm still not convinced, and I see the thorough staff report that's really trying to make an argument that I actually don't think is there, and all of that time should be working on Plymouth Road. And so it's a lot of time, and I look forward to that amount of time moving efforts forward to allow more housing and more corridors in our city.
To the specific point about the setbacks, I was going to ask Planner DeLeo to recesses. Did you have any comments on that, Alexis?
I don't feel I need to weigh in on the comment. I can clarify that yes, the front setback is for the full width of the building, and that it would not, in its current form, it would not count for what it's worth. If the first floor met the front setback, but not upper stories, it can be reworded to make that more explicit or to make that enabled and allowed, but it's not the way it's currently proposed.
Is there anybody else who would like to comment or have questions? Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, so I had a question about the comparison to other policies and NACDO guidance that aligned the city's recommendations, it seemed to be comparing them to urban downtown area recommendations, and I noticed that other best practices have specific transit-oriented development and transit zoning guidance, and including NACDO that actually recommends. And I think, we kind of went over this ad nauseum in the last conversation, so apologizing if this is kind of repeating what others have said, but I'm just kind of curious if the guidance for setting, ignoring minimums and just setting maximum setbacks has been considered, and if there is any distinction between setbacks and the right-of-way in an urban area versus the transit corridor, and if there's been any exploration of that.
So there are quite a few ranges that are presented as an attachment. There's a table, TC1 curb to building space allocation comparison, that does show what the range is for a variety of other cities. Most of the examples, unless you have cities with very robust guidelines that cover a very wide range of different scenarios and street typologies, they do just show what they would like for their downtown. What I would like to argue from that perspective is that downtown, we should be matching or exceeding what is in downtowns to buffer from the enormous amount of traffic, the number of lanes, the just roadway width and volume that is on a lot of these arterials. There weren't a lot of great examples for, you're trying to transform an urban infill arterial. What should your width be? So we had to draw from a variety of different guides. In downtown Ann Arbor, the draft design guidelines, looking at, in some cases, just 2-lane roads, is recommending 19 feet from back of curb to building face to accommodate a comfortable pedestrian realm. So in terms of the comparison to downtowns, I think downtowns in some cases benefit from a less stressful street network, and matching or exceeding some of those recommendations seemed appropriate for the arterials that are under consideration for TC1.
So I do just want to point out that it's often kind of designing for forgiveness is what kind of this is starting to sound like, and designing roads to be forgiving to fast speeds just encourages the status quo of higher speeds, and so I'm going to have to really strongly push back on that idea. Commissioner Salve mentioned the subway. I mean, there's 28 feet between the road and that. There's a concrete, curb. There was, bushes and stuff in the front, and they still hit the building because they were just driving too fast. And the more that you make roads forgiving for fast drivers and you start incorporating that into your planning, the more you're just rebuilding the status quo. You're just creating more space for drivers to go quickly through. You're creating more of separation between people that are using the road. You're making spaces wider, longer distances for pedestrians to have to go. And I think that's a huge mistake to not factor in the power that design has when we can't really, we don't have many other mechanisms for controlling speed other than perception and driver psychology of how they perceive the road and how safe it is to drive at what speeds. Putting buildings up to the road is, so for example, I just pulled up Denver's, and a lot of cities do have specific transit-oriented development overlays. There's transit zoning guidance. For example, Denver recommends specifically buildings up to the sidewalk, 0 setback. I actually have a whole chart, so I won't drone on, but I really want to caution us against this kind of creating and reinforcing status quo and speculating based on what the current conditions are and putting even more, centering vehicles. Sorry, it was poorly stated, but Yeah, the Denver Transit-Oriented Development Plan is one with shallow setbacks recommended. Creating walkable and bikeable communities guidance from the Michigan Redevelopment Ready Community Zoning Practice. They say, for example, I'm sorry, I'm going to bore everyone with just reading this real quick. Rationale, 0-foot build-to-line or build-to range with a maximum front setback are strategies to ensure that buildings are constructed near and accessible from the public realm. 0-foot build-to-lines can help ensure a uniform facade, continued in downtown districts and communities, allowing a range. So there is quite a bit of support. And again, build two ranges, which is maximum setbacks, would allow developers to build up to the front of the property line. It would also, to the back set line, that's not relevant. But all I'm getting at is there is a lot of research and a lot of support out there on these transit corridors to minimum setbacks. This does feel like just overzoning, and I feel really strongly about this, so that's all. For jumping around there.
Commissioner Mills.
I think that the movement and all of the research that was just discussed about moving things closer to the street and making for a good pedestrian experience is really important. I think what's challenging is that even the 0 build 2 lines are not consistent. And so the pedestrian experience then with the curb, just because of this difference between where the front lot line is and where the curb is. And so I think that experience, that's how I think pedestrians feel the street. They don't know, nobody knows where the property line actually is. I don't think we're in a position where we can move entirely towards, I think we have higher priorities than changing all of our front setbacks to be measured from the curb. But I think that experience that really talks about how close things are and being consistent with where the edge of that road is, I think that makes more sense from a planning perspective. I totally hear what people are saying, and I think I could see arguments for maybe it not being 20 feet, where there actually really is this narrow existing very narrow right of way, allowing for things to, for some of those zones, whether it's the pedestrian zone or the amenity zone or the tree, I don't know if the tree and the amenity zone are together, for those to narrow. I think maybe 20, both 20 and 40 could come down a little bit. But I don't necessarily take this as overregulation in this situation. I think one of the things that we're trying to do is not have everything be a negotiation with the developer. Have somebody understand when they're reading our ordinance what they're gonna, what rules they're being held to, rather than have staff trying to twist their arms on well, this is what we think Planning Commission is gonna do. I think that this is an area where, in those situations where it really is a very, very narrow space between the curb and the property line, I think that those are places where, given how we're talking about this right now, I don't know if I were staff how I would talk to a developer, right? What those conversations are actually going to look like, about how different, about what they could expect when they get their project all the way to Planning Commission, in terms of what how we're going to react. And I hope that we could come up with something now so that we could take some of that guesswork away from them. So I like this approach. I feel like this is the middle ground approach of acknowledging that we do have super narrow, I think, rights of way, or kind of that space again, I don't know if that's the right way that I'm calling it, between the curb and the front lot line in some places, and that I think we need to set that transit corridor minimum to be something that that everybody feels comfortable with, is at least the minimum that we can go for, because I like the idea actually of having this maximum here too, because we have as I think the presentation pointed out, we have lots of areas where it's really big. It's way bigger than what we want. And so forcing them to not go all the way up to what they currently have plus 15, I really appreciate that. But I think it is actually better for the development community and not hindering development if we can agree now on what rules we're going to hold everybody to, rather than this being a one-off negotiation and people are like, well, what's going to happen when it gets to planning commission? I would rather have it be very clear in our ordinance. So again, I'm open to what those numbers are, but that I think I'm not comfortable with people with the current situation on some parts of the corridor where it's uncomfortable to walk. It's not comfortable to walk on North Main. It's not a good experience. And I think I also think that is true for parts of Stadium. And while there's lots of things that I think we ought to do to slow traffic, I also know that those are the edges of the city. Like they're where we have our transit running anyway, because these are our I don't know, arterials or whatever the right road is. So I feel like I like that this is a middle of the road solution now, but I'm open to thinking about whether 20 and 40 are the right numbers.
Commissioner Dish.
I have a question, and I don't know if there's an answer to my question, but I'm curious as to on what kind of road would drivers be likely to drive faster? And would it be a multi-lane arterial where buildings are built up to the sidewalk, or a multi-lane arterial where an amenity zone with mature trees in it, or soon-to-be mature trees, I don't know, separates the sidewalk from the multi-lane arterial?
As far as a technical answer to that, I'm sure that there's an ITE guide somewhere that says that the difference in perceived width that affects travel speed is such for buildings versus, X for trees. I just do know that trees are one of those things that can reduce perceived width. So if you imagine if you fan 10, 15, 20 feet wider out before you have something that narrows your field of vision, I would think that trees would provide that wall if they were, again, healthy, large, varieties, mature.
So I am in support of these changes because I was one of the people who was concerned on council with the pedestrian experience of walkability. And again, I'm not going to sit here and argue for a larger minimum than 20, but I did notice that if trees need 8 to 10 feet and pedestrians need 8 feet, then if we're at 20, we're really not leaving room for that little bit of space that's right up against the building for door swings and whatever those things are called where they put their menu and stuff.
Like a frontage zone is one way to refer to it.
Yeah. So, I'm not going to argue for bigger than 20, but I'm saying that I think 20 does seem like a reasonable minimum to me. If you want to provide all the things you showed us in the Portland design, the Portland design actually has too small of an amenity zone for trees.
The one in the staff report, I think, was from Eugene.
Oh, was it
Oregon,
Eugene?
or-
I thought it was
That was just to
Portland. Sorry.
illustrate
Yeah.
the
Oh, the various
yeah.
things. Okay. All right.
the various lanes of the
Okay.
sidewalk zone.
So, but I don't think this discussion is finished, and I don't, I'm obviously open to hearing more views, but yeah, anyway.
So I think Commissioner Sauvé was next, and then Commissioner Clark, and then Weatherby.
Maybe a question for staff. Our policy as it stands now, it's written, like, you can build to the property line. The idea of negotiating is more a habit built maybe at Planning Commission and with staff more than it is a protocol, right? If it checks the boxes, it should be passed. We don't have a policy on the books that we need to fix because we're allowing negotiation. We're choosing to negotiate and stall out projects and frustrate developers, right? Like, the policy on the books works relative to if they do how it's written, it should be passed, right?
Well, I think there's something to be said for our non-UDC regulations that would require probably an ADA regulation sidewalk, but again, we're looking at bare minimum. So there are things beyond just what you may see in the UDC that are not negotiated, but rather prescribed and are in the city code. In terms of situations that aren't optimal when we're balancing so many different policy documents. Some are adopted, some aren't. A20, for example. There are different things that staff take into account. I don't necessarily think it's a bad habit for us to try to balance all of those things, present them to what can sometimes be a complex site plan, and try to tease out what is the best outcome. In terms of, does there need to be as much negotiation as there perhaps is on certain projects? No, I think there could be less in many situations, and hopefully, some version of whatever's passed tonight would, to Commissioner Mills' point, reduce some of that back and forth to be clear.
But as it's written on the UDC and along with our other codes relative to ADA, building code, obstructions and swings, we have codes that are going to meet a lot of the concerns in a lot of different places. So as the project goes through, it's going to meet the clearance requirements, right? It's going to meet our city requirements, and the UDC is one of those places that we're going to check things off.
Yes, if
I would jump
go ahead,
in.
Alexis.
Let's see. I would jump in, Commissioner Sauvé, that yes, you're right. That if you meet the minimum standard, you should be approved. There should be no more negotiation and so forth. But I will point out that aside from the downtown, which has historically had a zero setback, it also has some of the widest sidewalks relative to the width of the road in town. But outside of the downtown, most of our zoning districts, we never have addressed before zero setbacks in our districts. Many years ago, the C3 district started with a minimum 40-foot setback, and other districts had similar. And we never had to have these conversations about what is the shallowest setback that we can require and still get all the amenities, still have room for the utilities, still have room for the sidewalks. Up until recently, before it was TC1 in this West Stadium corridor, the C3 had a minimum of 10 feet and a maximum of 25 feet. But a lot of it was built to that 40-foot minimum setback standard. So you're right in that whatever the setback is, there should be no more. You meet it, you should be good to go. But we are changing the rules continuously now. We are reducing all the setbacks, and we are bringing everything forward. But we don't have then the corresponding policy that says, oh, and we've also invested in our right-of-ways to provide the uniform distance between the curb and the property lines and so forth. So that's why this issue is coming to a head. I think it is not, you just can't say anymore, well, we're gonna require a zero setback, and if they meet it, then there's no other considerations whatsoever, because I'm not sure if the zero setback took into account, well, what we are saying is, our zero setback requirement in the TC1 did not take into account what is the dimension between the back of the curb and the property line. We just sort of assumed it was very generous like downtown, and now that we've examined it block by block, we're seeing it's not, some of these widths are not enough to provide, and we should be pushing setbacks back.
Commissioner Sauvé, can I just, if I could clarify, so if your sort of position here is that if the setback is 0 to 15, we have to approve it. If it's 0, we have to approve it as 15. But it can't be 0 if there's a front door there and it has to swing, and it can't swing on the sidewalk. So in that case, what it means is that code might require that door to be set back 4 feet or whatever that dimension is. And then in some cases, that means that you've accommodated that, but you still have a dimension of somewhere between 0, 5, 6, up to 40 feet. And your position that you're advocating for is that's good enough. If that building addresses the door satisfactorily, because we have a code in position that says you can't swing out into the sidewalk, I don't care about the rest of that building and the narrow sidewalk at that circumstance. So I think that's, I just want to I think that's a little bit different than what the answer staff was giving you. But I think that is still contrary to what council's asked you to do, is to say that, yes, that solves the door swing, but it doesn't solve a building that narrows that sidewalk between 4 to 5, 6, or whatever feet. And so I think the answer is yes. We have other codes that's going to address that, not create unsafe situations. That still doesn't solve the fact that we cannot put a tree and a bus stop and an adequate pedestrian sidewalk in that place.
But it also, I guess, it doesn't solve that we still can't require that. We still could have the setback with a fence and a private terrace up to that 5 foot and force everyone into that pinch zone.
Absolutely, but there's more potential in the future. There's possibility. If we want to give up on that possibility of fixing that, then I don't think that this should be done. If we don't care about that possibility, and let's be honest, that possibility is expensive and long. And so if we don't care about that, you wouldn't support that. But if we do care about the flexibility for having that and the ability, this kind of approach is going to create the ability to make capital investments or improvements there.
Yeah, and I would say that the capital investments within that 20 foot versus the capital investments of moving that curb or making improvements of a second curb within a 5-lane road to slow it down, encourage multimodal, is a better long-term vision and investment than separating those building faces. I mean, 2060 West Stadium was supposed to have a public hearing tomorrow as a PUD. So, no, it's not a PUD, but like its conditions with the public hearing are getting feedback, right? The intensity of some of these projects are going to have the public hearing and citizen participation meetings that they're going to hear, get that feedback report to and understand. Like, I feel like there's so many kind of pieces along this project relative to how are we going to accumulate these things to turn it into something, right? Like Cottage Inn is at 0 feet setback. Right? We're going to get new nonconformities out of this, and we have to either encourage or deal with that in the long term. If that thing never gets redeveloped, it will always be the nail house that obstructs any future vision, instead of saying that that curb and everything between those curbs is where we can improve, and we need to put pressure on the city to say, this is a problem you've created, this is a safety issue you've created, and this is something that we should solve, and this is where we should put our capital effort. instead of putting in a private development and hoping and negotiating a different way. And I think that is something that comes to the table. We know from a state level, we wish and we talk about electrification all the time, and we berate our developers about it. We tell them our frustrations. We don't have control over that. It's going to be similar within the setback. What we wish we could see, what we spend time postponing, asking for redesigns. We know the opportunity cost. We know that the cost can roll over into the rental cost, making affordability even harder for units. And I'm ready to allow more units to be built in more corridors instead of holding space that may never be improved.
Okay, we have Commissioner Clark, then Commissioner Weatherby, and then Commissioner White. But before, I just want to clarify something that you said, Alexis, which is that when we approved this the first time around, we did it thinking that we had this kind of generous space. My memory is actually that we debated this at length, specifically Stadium Corridor at length, and decided to approve it as it's currently adopted. Sorry, there's a clarification to my clarification by Commissioner Mills.
Well, I would just say, I remember that conversation, and I believe it was Commissioner Gibb Randall who
She raised
moved
this concern.
forward, but she wasn't the only one. I believe we moved this forward with the idea that we knew we needed to come back, that was not solved, but that we wanted to make some progress on this. And because this required more study, that we should do the study. I believe that
I think that may be how
I voted at.
Right. So that may be how you voted or how others voted, but I would say as a body, we said we approved it. We didn't approve it with conditions or with, so I just want to say that we deliberated at length. It wasn't that we didn't have enough information or didn't have the right information. So, okay, Commissioner Clark, you're on deck.
Okay, thanks. I'll keep it brief because I already talked. I was going to just say that I would hope that an absolute minimum, if somehow this does go through or whatever, there's some consideration for doing things like permitting obstructions, which this is under NACDO guidance again, allowing things like dormers and other permitted obstructions into shading, like shading devices, balconies, into the building setbacks and the setback limits, which adds interest and more engaging sidewalks. And I do think that something that is getting a little bit lost here is in focusing on the large amounts of space and reserving space that may or may not be able to be developed in a very long timeline. And as Commissioner Salve mentioned very well, said about where we're going to be putting our efforts and capital investment in the future. I do want to just point out that there are other ways to make the sidewalk engaging, and then some of the less walkable areas are where, trees and things block the sidewalk from view, and I guess under the idea of safety, but safety for who? It doesn't always feel safe to walk through a dark shaded area that's secluded from the road. Often I personally will pick the bright, area that's closest to the street, most in view, just because that's what feels safest to me. What jumps to mind is where on Washington, where the Y is, and then across the street, there's that abandoned building, city-owned lot. Can't remember what it's called, but I'm not top of my head, but I always walk on the side with the building right next to the road just because it feels more visible, whereas on the Y side, you're walking past and there's all these kind of dark little egresses that kind of go in and then out, and there's the pillars, and walking through it at night, it just feels very more exposed and very, it just isn't as comfortable. So I do think the assumptions on, separating from the road being safer is kind of an opinion. You think about the places where we have that along Washington, where there's that walking path that goes off alongside the road. You'll still see people that are walking right up by the road at night, alongside the road or on the grass. I don't know, I can't speculate on reasoning, but I just know that secluded paths aren't really, especially, for women and other people that are have to think a little bit more about safety. And anyway, and then I just wanted to encourage if there's space in the code to say, that give developers freedom to use any extended right-of-way that we might just decide on things like signage that goes into the sidewalk, other things that just make it more engaging and less just kind of open suburban feeling, like how it feels on Eisenhower and all that area, how there's huge setbacks that are just not appealing.
Commissioner Weatherby.
Okay, so I was not here for previous deliberations, so you get me and my 100% trying to figure this out from my perspective, which is as a pedestrian. I don't ride a bike. I don't drive a car. I can drive a car. I can't ride a bike. So I am a pedestrian, and I pedest a lot. And so when I look at, you know, when I was reading this, 20 to 40 feet, I was like, holy cow, 20 to 40 feet, that is so much. And then I walked out of my house, which is on South Main Street. And I walked the 10 feet across my lawn, 5 feet across the sidewalk, the 5 feet to across the what I call extension, but has 10,000 names. And you can watch my TV from the curb, which is 20 feet. So 20 to 40 feet, you're not off in the wildy woods. You are 20 feet is not that far. Now, 40 feet still seems like a lot to me. I gotta be honest, like 40 feet seems like maybe too much. But 20 feet, and when I say you can watch my TV, like thousands of people do that on a regular basis. So you can come by Saturday and you can see thousands of people watching my TV from the curb. So I don't think 20 feet to me seems pretty reasonable. Again, the 40 feet, maybe. But if you walk from my house down South Main Street and you get to a pretty big place, Michigan Stadium. Michigan Stadium is right on the sidewalk. It is right on the sidewalk, and it is dreadfully uncomfortable. It has a very wide sidewalk. There's no trees. There's no pedestrian amenity. It is just, you know, building and then the sidewalk, and it's really uncomfortable. And if you walk, you know, the block before that, it's like, I mean, people don't like to walk. It is very uncomfortable. People walk into the parking structure or the parking lot on Keach because it is, you're literally kind of trying to duck to get away from the feel of the cars and the trucks there. So, you know, I definitely have, I don't know that I don't have the development opinions and background that some people have, but I do have the pedestrian opinion, and I do have the aspirations for wanting it to, like, we want more building, we want more housing, but we also want pedestrian amenities. We want people to be able to walk. We want it to be comfortable. I don't want to be splashed with icy snow on a regular basis as I'm walking, because that limits how much I want to walk places. That means I want to get in my car and I want to take my car places, because the walking experience is not what we want. And so I am concerned that if we go all building, that we're going to say, we're going to remove the ability for people to walk on a cleared of snow so that the plow doesn't come. The plow literally will go, and I've measured it, 15 feet into my yard, snow. So, you know, so if we're really close on there, that means we are restricting sidewalks for some part of our season. I think that that allowing intrusions into the setback so that you can have buildings have variations, I think is a really good idea, because I think that makes for a better pedestrian experience. I think that you know, a lot of people, when you're going on sort of transit, if you watch people walk down Main Street or down, which I realize is not TC1, but down Stadium, you're carrying strollers, you've got grocery carts, you've got a lot of things that you know, a 5-foot sidewalk isn't really comfortable with. And often you have people with wheelchairs, and you have multiple people with wheelchairs. And you have people with wheelchairs with a stroller or wheelchairs with a dog. And so, you know, I think we need to, like, the sidewalks aren't just temporary things for people. They are an actual form of transit. And I think we need to be aspirational about keeping the sidewalks as part of our transit system, not just a thing to get from one place to another. And so I like this because it is still aspirational. I get that that may be, too aspirational, but that we are saving our sidewalks as places where you can walk, that you don't get splashed, you don't get sun, you don't get, that it is a legitimate transit option. So that's my thought on it.
Thank you. Commissioner Weich. Oh, sorry. Mr. Leonard first wanted to say something.
I just wanted to follow up on one thing. There's obviously a lot of thought about the important relationship between the right of way and private property here, right? And where we should be making those investments. I'd like to remind the Planning Commission that you have a role in both of those. You approve the capital improvements plan. So that also gives you the ability to say, hey, city, we don't think you should be doing all of these infrastructure improvements elsewhere in the city. We think you should be investing your resources here. So I want to make sure that you don't have the budgetary authority to do that, but you do have the regulatory authority to tell the city council that, in your opinion, we should not be paving, repaving, improving transit in these areas. We should be putting those resources into these corridors. So I want to make sure that there's a lot of conversation about that, and I want to make sure that you have some agency in the decisions that you promote to the city council that say, this is where we think you should spend your resources instead of spending them in these other places.
Commissioner Weich.
I know. The thing that I am struck by in this conversation, and I can't move from, and first let me just say thank you, Ms. Kelly, for your presentation, and something that is new to our packet, potential counter arguments and responses. So I thought that was really, really helpful. And I'm going to come back to some of these potential counter arguments because I think that's where I am stuck. 40 feet is too far. So I can just say that very clearly. When I saw that, I had the similar reaction to Commissioner Weatherby. It's just like, oh boy, now we're redesigning for suburban landscapes, which I thought we were trying to get away from. I believe I understand the layout that we are considering. So when we look at, in your staff report, the sidewalk widths illustration, which is really helpful, this makes a lot of sense to me. And I think if City Council was initiating a redesign of the streets that TC1 has come to, this would all make sense. Because now we would say, we have this built infrastructure. How do we achieve the pedestrian zone that we need of 10 feet, the frontage for the door swings, as well as a potential pedestrian amenity zone? And with the built environment, that probably means that we would change the roadway. But that's not where we are. And I feel like, and I've said this before, and I appreciate your counter argument to this, is what we are being asked to do is to ask private development to bank land for some eventual aspirational goal to rehab these streets. And I just don't, that doesn't feel right to me in a lot of ways. It just doesn't feel like that's what we should be spending our time on. And I think I said this when this came to us in December, and so I am saying the same thing. I was at the table when we had the conversation about Stadium and Maple, and the significant part of the conversation was about trees and sight lines, and that comes back to cars. And I just want to just say it again. We do a lot to accommodate cars. And if our A20 goals are real and and we want to realize them, we are going to have to make some really hard decisions about how much we prioritize our land use for cars. And that's what I am seeing. Like, I loved what Commissioner Weatherby just said. I walk too, not as much as you, but I walk too and I bike. And sometimes it's not safe for me to bike in the bikeway, so I bike on the sidewalk. And I was like, I wish this was a 10-foot, right, I wish this was a 10-foot sidewalk so that you and I can be here, because I don't feel safe in the street. And so this is all about cars. This is all about us moving cars. We had, what's his name from transportation, Raymond? He came and spoke at the work session. I listened to that. It wasn't recorded. This was when we started recording the Zooms. And he was like, the speed limit is 35. People are at 45 miles per hour down that road. And we now see the result of that, a car in the subway down that road. We've seen drivers drive into banks on that road. If not on Stadium, then off of the intersection. We've seen cars flipped. And it's all because we are, in our community, prioritizing cars. We're not prioritizing pedestrians. And this feels like we are stuck. And so I can't support this as it is presented. I didn't want this back at the table when it came in December, and I didn't vote on it so that it would come back to the table. I voted on it so that we could get to Washtenaw and Plymouth, and we were stuck here at Stadium. And I'm really disappointed that we've had to spend your time and this table's time talking about this thing, which is really a prioritization of cars. This is all about cars. It's really not about pedestrians. If it were, we'd be talking about shrinking the roadway. So those are my thoughts.
I see you, Commissioner Dish. I just want to ask a question first. Is that okay? Maybe just a procedural question, which is, what does it mean that City Council directs the Planning Commission to evaluate and recommend amendments that address constraints of existing narrow rights-of-way, and hypothetically, Planning Commission says we have no recommended amendment? That's just how that falls out.
Yeah, if you voted to approve this, it would be forwarded. If you voted against it, we would probably forward it to the City Council with your recommendation of denial as a response to council asking for something.
And then could City Council vote to adopt it?
Absolutely.
They don't need us to approve it?
Nope.
Got it. Okay, thank you for that clarification. Commissioner Dish.
So, I mean, I do regret that we haven't made more progress on Plymouth, but I don't think that this exercise, which is not just an exercise, but an extremely thoughtful consideration of pedestrian supportive design that comes from someone who has considerable expertise there. I don't look at this as a poor use of time. I think we would have gotten further with the TC1 zones or corridors that we need to zone if we weren't short-staffed on the planning staff. And we are short-staffed in almost every area of the city, and it's very frustrating to me because things aren't getting done as fast as people want, but we can't work people around the clock unless they're U of MIT people. They can be worked around the clock. I don't agree that when, it's true, I don't agree that when we talk about trees, we're talking about accommodating cars. We are actually talking about stormwater management. And we are currently fighting about our use of trees as stormwater management in court. And I'm allowed to talk about it because we've had a decision, the master's report that was published. This is something that is unique that we do, that Detroit is doing. It is worth it to me that we would have trees, not just to shade pedestrians, although I prefer walking in the shade also, but that we have trees to help us meet A20 goals that are about stormwater, which is what this city is going to be full of increasingly. So I don't accept that. I think that the other issue that is addressed with this great way of measuring from the back of curb is the inconsistency in where property lines sit. And part of the problem with having a decent-looking TC1 corridor is that you can't have it if property lines are sawtoothed, and some buildings are here and some buildings are there. And so this also attempts to address the consistency problem. I would like to see this reworded so that recess was allowed. I think that makes a tremendous amount of sense. And it's based on a model of a project that I think we all think we have a lot to learn from. So if we could do that, I'd be happy. I believe that I've heard some concern about the max of 40, and I'm wondering if we could hear what the cost would be to, change it so that instead of saying a min of 20 and a max of 40, what would we lose if we said a max of 20 or a max of 25? What would we lose if we asked for something like that? And I have no actual, I don't think this is going to pass, and it is totally fine because I think that it is really important that planning commissioners vote as they see fit. You bring a certain amount of expertise to the table, and I respect it. And I will make sure that it is presented to City Council, and City Council will probably take it very seriously. Not probably. City Council will take it seriously. And then we will deliberate, because we fought pretty hard over this too, the night that we decided to send this back. So I'm not trying to, so I don't know if I should be asking for changes that I think will make people happier with it, because it doesn't really matter. I mean, if you guys are unhappy, it's okay. I don't want to try to appease you and then, force your hand. But I would like recess personally. I would prefer if it came to the council table with recess. And I could hear pluses and minuses to going with a lower maximum or simply a maximum and not a minimum. Wait, no, we have to have a minimum. I'm sorry. Stupid. Yes, we have to have a minimum. Okay, so less distance between the minimum and the maximum is what I would mean to say. So, and that we can take offline if nobody wants to talk about that tonight, because I don't think that that's going to win votes that are against, and I feel we should have a full expression of the mixed feelings that are on the commission. I think that's just fine.
I want to offer maybe a reframing of the conversation that I'm hearing. I don't think anybody here is anti-tree or anti-shade. Everybody here loves bike lanes, wide sidewalks, trees. I think the question on the table is whether the space that we are making for that in the city, or in these transit corridors very specifically, should come from the streets or should come from privately owned property that we then need to acquire. They're both aspirational. They're both very expensive. They're both a lot of unknowns in there. So in some ways, I'll just say this, for me, then it becomes a question of, like, in the abstract or in principle, where should that 20 feet come from? And should it come from the space between the two curbs on Stadium Boulevard, or should it come from what is now currently the lot? So I think we're all in support of the amenities that this space would provide. We could debate the widths, but and then I also just wanted to say, I don't think this proposal solves the sawtooth problem that you were pointing out, because it has a 20 to 40, currently, as written, a 20 to 40 foot range. So you're still going to get an inconsistent, we're not going to get a consistent tree wall. So narrowing it to 20 to 25 would change that. But Commissioner Clark, I saw your hand up.
Yeah, just a quick question. So is there anything, just to be clear, we could have a zero build to line. I don't think there is necessarily, we could have just a maximum. And that is actually something that's in Michigan's zoning redevelopment ready corridor handbook, is, build 2 ranges and set, offering the minimum setback line would, they even say it will support placemaking issues, through inviting building facade lines. And I do think that's something worth considering, is that this isn't going to happen overnight. So, and there are going to be nonconformities either way, whether it's, if we do allow people to build up to the lot line, and then maybe, I don't know, if this is getting deep in the weeds, if there's a way to require, a sidewalk expansion. There's no reason we couldn't have design guidance that's separate from the zoning guidance that kind of provides developers with guidance about what we'd like to see on these. That's a whole other conversation, so I'll move away from that. But yeah, I just wanted to point that out. And then the other question I had, just for clarification, is there anything with the setback between the curb and the building that the developers would be able, like what could potentially go there in the meantime until we get funding to do all these amenities? Like, yeah, I just want to clarify it again, just to kind of really quickly.
Do you mean what can they legally build in the front setback
like, could they
currently?
put parking there and things like that?
In TC1, you can't put parking there, but in TC1, you could put decks, patios, plantings, signs. What else was on that list? Alexis would know.
So
any
I
sort
recall
of
that.
Retaining
not
walls.
Yeah, not building, but any sort of amenity, hardscape, furniture type features.
Yes, it's
Thanks.
still hard to, hard to undo though.
Anybody else? Yeah, Commissioner Dish.
I do want to respond to your reframing because I agree with your reframing. I did not take that anyone is against trees, but I did hear the statement that when we are talking about trees, we are talking about accommodating cars, and I don't think that that was representative, but that is beside the point. You are right. I believe that we really should take this space out of the road. But here's what it says, the rebuttal, and I don't take this as an academic rebuttal. While curbs can indeed move, property lines can also shift. The proposed setback language provides flexibility, Planning staff are informed that capital projects to significantly shift curb lines on major corridors are unlikely. I don't think that's academic. I don't think it's in principle. I mean, I think being the realist that I am, I have very little hope that that position is going to change in this city anytime soon. And so I think that we have more leverage over, as I think Commissioner Weich puts it well, asking for this or requiring this land banking. And I'm sorry to say that, but we are fighting a battle over Main Street, North Main, that I don't think we're, going to win easily. I mean, it's just, I don't think we're going to get movement on that position, or it's going to take 20 years. And I don't have that time, because I think buildings will get built up to the zero setback, and then you can't do anything about it. You will just never be able to have the zone that we want, that people are comfortable in. So, and you all can, but it's not about should, it's about what's likely. That's my judgment.
Commissioner Weatherby.
Yeah, I think in my view, and again, having seen what happened with adding bike lanes on Main, we will continue, whether we get rid of cars or not, we continue to need that big flat space that lanes are currently. So I actually see this as we're getting it to the curb. What happens beyond the curb to the other curb, we can do things with that. Having it a big, flat, paved space does not mean it has to be for cars. It could be for strollers and bikers and one-wheels and whatever electric vehicle comes up, whatever personal transit comes up. We are not necessarily ceding this to automotive vehicles. We are ceding it to things that go on big flat concrete spaces. And right now we're right at the tipping point of that being a lot of different things. So I actually don't think that we're necessarily saying, I think what we are all grappling with is we don't want 5-lane roads for cars. I don't think anyone on here is like, yeah, we need more of those through the city. But whether we have no cars or not, we still need transit. We still need, and personal drones, you know, we're a little ways away. We're probably not as far away but we still need to land them. So, you know, I think we can say that we're promoting
Do you though?
vehicles.
Can't we just drop you off?
It would be helpful. I mean, we're going to get our prescriptions that way, so, you know, but so I actually am, we can do with paint, we can make these not car lanes. And we are doing that, and we are doing that pretty quickly. Like, we did that on South Main in an hour for 4 blocks, which sounds silly, but oh boy, people were upset. So, because they went to work and it was one configuration, and they came home and it was a different configuration. I mean, that's how we can transform. And yes, that's not safe, it's not bollardized, it's not chicanes, it's not, but we can do that, and we can close streets, and we can, and still have those spaces. So I actually am less about like, oh, we're giving this up to cars. We need big, flat, concrete spaces, and we will continue to need those, whether we have vehicles or not.
Any other comments? I couldn't tell if your hand was up or
I'm
not.
so
Commissioner
tired.
Hammerschmidt.
I have no coherent thoughts at all. But I think this has been a really good discussion, and I mean, there is this tension between like the road and the private property, and I don't know how we're going to solve that. I think I would feel more comfortable with this if it was not 40, if the minimum or the maximum came down. But I think Commissioner Weatherby summed up the things that were in my head of just like, it's, you know, it's a 5-lane road. It's what, 50 feet? I don't know how wide, 60. But you start eating into that, and then you think about maybe there's bus stop or transit, bike lanes, blah, blah, blah. But we can do other things with those lanes, and nothing is a perfect solution. And I want to move on to the next corridor. So I think, yeah, I'm going to vote yes, but I'd like the 40 feet reduced if other people were in agreement.
Commissioner Mills.
I will make the motion to, before I make the motion to what it is, I'm curious about what, Mix Kelly, thoughts on why 40 or why, or better, why not 25 as a max?
So 25, looking at some peer examples, that's not too far actually away from what I think Gainesville was. I actually have it right in front of me. Their range, for example, on what they call principal streets requires a 17-foot minimum and a 27-foot maximum. So yeah, some people do things like that. I still think we would need the language or to the front property line, whichever is closer, because our thought was to try to catch a range of properties and look at what's currently allowed, because really under the current regulation, there are quite a number of properties that can go up to 35, 36 or so feet. If a curb does move and somebody uses that advice, if it moves by like a foot or 6 inches or something, we just wanted the space for, one of the considerations was to allow wiggle room for that kind of thing, and also just creativity on behalf on behalf of developers and looking at what some of the distances are along like Stadium. Manager Leonard and I looked at some of the distances of buildings, and we're like, well, that's 38 feet or 40 feet, but it just doesn't feel that far. And if you like kind of swap where you're walking, if you're not at the very edge of the road, you're actually 10 feet closer, then your pedestrian experience is still going to be like 20 feet away from a 40-foot setback building. So, and, I like the example that Commissioner Weatherby gave. That was kind of funny, just being able to see somebody's TV from that far away. It's a lot closer than it feels. There's places in our main street that are verging on, they would round up to 30. So that I looked at.
So what I'm hearing is...
Sorry, this is getting late. Indirect answer.
No. 40 is not definitive. Like 30 seems more comfortable than 25. Like 25 may... There's a lot of things that are actually already in some corridors, already at.
I would say if you brought it down, I would feel more comfortable with something like 30 to 35, just aligning with what our considerations were in presenting it to you, than 25.
Okay. I think I would make a motion for 30.
Could you add recess to the motion?
As well as an accommodation for recesses. Actually, I see them as like it's the opposite, the inverse of a recess. Exactly, overhangs.
I'm sorry. Before that motion is finalized, voted on, could we have Planner DeLeo weigh in on the recess? I just want to make sure that the area where that would be accommodated was properly noticed for tonight, just to make sure that the table that would live in would be in the right place. Alexis, am I making sense to you?
I was focused on my notes, so say that one more time.
Just the desire is to amend the motion to not only come down from 40-foot maximum, but to also somehow incorporate this desire for, could you actually articulate, Commissioner Mills, what you mean by? Okay.
Sorry, you want me to articulate? So this is the idea of allowing for upper stories to hang over into what on the ground floor would not be allowable.
Right. I'm catching this now. I definitely have some thoughts, and this could be crafted out. I don't think that we want to write it on, at 10:45, but I do understand, if I can summarize that, it should be, maybe that should be expressed as the first floor setback shall be X, and upper stories shall be Y. It can be expressed a couple different ways, but that is what the desire is, right?
Yes, exactly. And that was very smart for 1048.
Yeah. I would confer with the planning manager and the deputy planning manager, but I think that if you want to have some lane, if you want to put in the motion an amendment that accomplishes this, I think that we can make that happen as it moves forward.
That would give us some time between a council conversation to figure out how to meet the spirit of the request.
Perfect. And you don't need me to repeat that. You get the gist. Thank you.
Sounds like to amend the motion to have a maximum setback of 30 feet at ground floor.
Yes.
For first floor.
Yes.
And greater flexibility for upper stories.
Yes, that is my proposed amendment.
Does anyone want to second that motion?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Commissioner Weiss. We're in discussion. I wanted to maybe offer a different amendment, so maybe now is the time to do that in the discussion. We're discussing. Okay. So I think that the 20 feet is very generous. So I think it basically takes like a max scenario. And I think yes, a tree needs 8 to 10 feet, but you don't have trees continuously. They're episodic. Similarly, you don't have bus shelters everywhere. So these things kind of come and go. I think also the width of the pedestrian sidewalk can contract and expand a bit. So if I take 8 feet for a smaller tree or 8 feet for a bus shelter, and I take 8 feet for pedestrian, I'm at 16. So I think actually I would propose a minimum of 15 and a maximum of 25. So I want to throw that on the table. Commissioner Seve.
I like it, but I also, in principle, still don't support this.
If we're still in discussion and Councilmember Dish's comments around what council will do still stands, we could amend the motion to fit the best case scenario and still vote that down, and then that would go. And if council adopted it, they would adopt the reduced motion as opposed to the 20 to 40, which is current. Well, no, because they would then have to change it at the table. And they are known to do that, but that would be very interesting. So there is some benefit in terms of signaling to council, like, okay, we've talked about this, we've debated it, here's what we think. You know, we got a staff report that was 20 to 40. We amended that to 15 to 25, and then that still didn't have enough support. And so now the conversation is about what we sent to them as opposed to the largest thing. So I think there is still some value with regard to that. And if we're following Robert's Rules of Order, as the second to the motion, if Commissioner Mills wanted to withdraw her motion, I would support that, and then we could entertain the other without having to vote.
I like 20 to 30. I mean, but if we were going to pass this, if we, it sounds like though, this is not going to pass anyway. Okay. Because yeah, I don't know. I prefer 20 to 30, but I'm also like I said, when I started this, my too long things, this is where I think that there is a bit of compromise, and I totally get what you're saying, Commissioner Abrams, in terms of not needing it the whole time. So it's a hard call, and I welcome others' thoughts on now two different things that are all still tied up in talking about the 20 versus 30 in 15 versus 25.
Commissioner Hammerschmidt.
I mean, I go to 18, but well, no, like, so, you know, your point of like the tree zone can sort of, I don't like the idea of sidewalks necessarily. Like, that seems too hard to, like, all of a sudden it's like 8 feet and then it's 10 feet. And like, I don't know, that just visually might look strange. But if you only need 8 feet and 10 feet, or 8 feet and 8 feet, maybe 16. I don't know. But 15 seems too low to me. There are numbers in between 15 and 20.
I mean, I will also say that Mix Kelly, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to
No, it
interrupt you.
just feels like it's getting to be like a ridiculous conversation.
Provided us this very helpful table. And if you go on the table, the ranges are 14 to 19, 14 to 22, 14 to 23, 12 to 21, 8.5 to 14, 5 to 10, 17 to 27. I won't keep going. So I don't think it's out of whack with what other cities are doing. Places much bigger than ours that ostensibly maybe have more traffic on their pedestrian right-of-ways than we do. They may have fewer trees. We have not looked at photographs, it's true.
I will caveat that most cities do invest in design guidelines for a downtown or a specific corridor, which is what I was able to pull examples for, but those are not necessarily infill corridors that are direct comparisons, apples to apples, to what we're looking at here.
Thank you for that. Any other discussion on the motion on the table? I think the motion on the table is 20 and 30. 20 minimum, 30 max. I haven't made it. Mine was not an official motion
Right.
yet.
And I'm still on the fence about friendly amendmenting. Any other comments?
How about a friendly amendment to 18 to a maximum of 30?
28.
$18 to $28. I'm sold.
Going once.
Is that a friendly?
But I don't know if it was actually friendly.
Is that
Like,
friendly
was
to Commissioners Mills and Weich?
Oh, yeah, it's friendly to amend our amendment. It still may fail.
Right.
I have no objection. Sorry, I'll word it in reverse.
I think we're ready for a
I
vote
have
on
no
that on that amendment.
So I think that this would fall under maybe this second bullet in the motion. There are no objections to a street type designation that's tailored to transit corridors. I'm hearing that we're primarily looking in the second bullets to say, to amend table 5.17.4 from what was presented to 18 to 28 feet
Ground floor.
ground floor with,
And retain the current setbacks for the upper floors?
No, TBD, what those setbacks would be.
and to request a staff recommendation for upper floors.
Yes.
Before presentation to council.
Mr. Leonard?
That's what I said.
Okay.
Are we ready for a vote?
I think we're ready to vote on the amendment.
This is the amendment to the proposed motion that would modify the minimum of 18 feet from back of curb along transit corridors to a maximum of 28 feet from back of curb, unless the right-of-way exceeds that, in which it would require a 0-foot lot line, and that applies to the first floor. And without any other changes, I just want to be clear, the 0 to 15 would then continue to apply to upper stories if this only applies to the first floor until some other modification was made.
My understanding was that Planner DeLeo and Mix Kelly said they would work on clarifying that between now and when this goes to council,
apply to
if
the
it should
first
pass.
floor, but you did not give them direction that there's, what is your intention for?
Oh, I thought, sorry, I misunderstood. Did I misunderstand? Alexis?
I think procedurally, it's just more desirable for us to craft something that's voted on by the planning commission instead of something we come up with between now and then. So
No, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought we gave
the message of
you.
applying this to the first floor. My question is,
No, I know what happens up above.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Commissioner Sobe.
I'll be helpful. What happens, but what is the acceptable encroachment distance?
Right.
Right. So I was going to maybe make, I'll try to be helpful to get this to the finish line here, but 50% of the setback, like as an encroach. So like if you're at 18 feet, you can encroach 9 feet or the likelihood. I mean, I would say go all the way to the 0 setback line to the extension, because you still, in most cases, have, you know, you would have somewhere between 0 and 20 feet relative to that curb to property line for some intermittent trees with no building above. That's the consideration, right, to allowing it. But the ideal scenario is letting all the buildings above go to the 0 property line. Alternatively, if you want to give more space for canopy, consider something like
So you would
a
not
percentage, right? Like if it's that, give it 50 or 70% of that setback can encroach, which is similar to like our what was previously planned projects. So you have to average out to a certain setback. Might be another way to consider it. We already have that in our UDC, is averaging the setback of the above floors to 5 feet or something. Just to clarify, I'm just adding to conversation. I did not try to make another friendly motion, but those are like tools relative to that recess that you could consider.
I would not suggest limiting it to the ground floor only. You are going to negate, you don't know the circumstances in which you would still be able to accomplish what the first floor setback is trying to accomplish. So I would suggest that by trying to do that, it's just adding a complication to what you're trying to sort. In that case, you could meet that setback requirement that upper stories could project. You would not be able to attain a tree canopy. You might not be able to do bus services and the like. So I guess my 2 cents is like, this seems to be a more absolute decision of the Planning Commission. Do you want to provide that space? If so, that space should be completely vertical to give the right-of-way flexibility. it's okay, as said, if you don't believe that space is important and those tight right-of-ways are appropriate, I would suggest you just vote against it. I think it would add to the purpose of trying to make it clear. This does not make it clear to petitioners.
That makes sense to me. And I would also say that if the reason that I am supportive of this is so for future flexibility for acquisition. And that's complicated now if ground floor is set back appropriately, but the upper floors are not.
Okay, so the proposed amendment does not include a stipulation for a differential setback between the ground floor and the floors above.
Protuberances.
But we are still using 18 feet as the minimum and 28 feet as the maximum?
Yes.
I think we're ready for a vote on that.
So soon. Commissioner Weatherby.
Yes.
Commissioner Sauvé.
Yes.
Commissioner Abrams.
Yep.
Commissioner Hammerschmidt.
Yes.
Commissioner Dish.
Yes.
Commissioner Lee is abstaining. Commissioner Clark.
Yes.
Commissioner Mills.
Yes.
Commissioner Weich.
Yes.
Motion is modified.
All right, so we're back into discussion of the modified motion. Anyone, any other comments, questions, discussion? All right, it seems we're ready for a roll call vote on the overall motion.
Commissioner Sauvé.
No.
Commissioner Abrams.
Yes.
Commissioner Hammerschmidt.
Yes.
Commissioner Dish.
Yes.
Commissioner Clark.
No.
Commissioner Mills.
Yes.
Commissioner Weich.
No.
Commissioner Weatherby.
Yes.
Oh, I gotta do math. The motion fails.
No, it doesn't.
So this is one of those, it's one of those situations.
Oh, we didn't change
we
our
call it technical
bylaws.
denial. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Sorry. We could welcome Commissioner Lee back.
Commissioner Lee,
I'm noticing that it is after 11 p.m.
you would need to take a vote to take up this item.
Should I
or-
proceed with that, or should we wait for Commissioner Lee to return?
You decide while I go find him.
Okay, so as a reminder, if we want to take up any new business after 11, we actually have to vote to do that. We could also vote to not do that.
In which case, it would move to unfinished business on your next agenda, which is September 19th.
Okay, I'm gonna let our chair. Welcome back.
So the bylaws, we were mentioning while you were coming back, the bylaws do require that is after 11 o'clock to start consideration of another item would require a majority of commissioners to do so. I think we're going to be pretty efficient with this, but it's up to the commission to take that vote to decide if you want to do that. If not, it will be forwarded to the next agenda.
Okay, can we just get a quick show of hands? Is that okay?
A voice vote would be fine.
Okay, voice vote for staying and hearing this last item on bylaws. Aye. Okay, and then those opposed? Oh. Okay, all right, we will go. All right, moving on to 10A, other business. This is Planning Commission bylaw reviews, modifications to Chapter 8, and bylaw amendments. This is going to have a staff presentation. Brett, Mr. Leonard.
Yeah, it's pretty quick. So we had a pretty prolonged discussion previously about the bylaws. This has been bouncing around while we're trying to get a majority of you at a meeting to take action. And there are two proposed motions here. One of the proposed changes that you were interested in was reducing the minimum required votes for an affirmative action on a petition, either at this table or to proceed to Planning Commission, from 6 to 5. That is something that would require a amendment to Chapter 8 of the City Code. I have shared with you some proposed amendments that would accomplish that, as well as just some other amendments that were recommended by the City Attorney's Office. So the first action that I would suggest that you consider is recommending those amendments. It's a little bit different. You're not holding a public hearing, for example, because this is not you recommending a land use petition to the City Council. You're just recommending a change to Chapter H, which you don't technically have a role in. It's just something you're asking for. And so that's why it's presented at this manner on the agenda. If that you were interested in requesting the City Council to do that, it would be an appropriate time to make a motion and second a motion and vote it up or down.
Okay. Thank you.
And then the second piece of that, if you decide that you want to move forward with that, I would propose that we postpone adoption of the bylaws, because we couldn't really technically approve those bylaws until that ordinance changes. That's okay, because you had a lot of questions about conflict of interest possibilities and the like, and postponing that consideration of the bylaws until the September 19th meeting will give me the opportunity to invite our very, very excellent Deputy City Attorney Kevin McDonald to come and have that conversation with some of the ideas, thoughts, pitfalls, fears that could develop as part of that discussion. So I would recommend both those motions, that you do propose the changes to City Council, get that ball rolling, and we postpone adoption of the bylaws so that we can have that discussion at the 19th.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Leonard. The proposed motion number 1 is that I move that the attached proposed amendments to the Chapter 8 of the City Code are referred to the City Council for consideration as a request from the City Planning Commission. Can I have motion to act on the amendments to Chapter 8, moved by Commissioner Salve, seconded by Commissioner Mills? Is there any discussion? Commissioner Abrams.
Just one small correction. In the last sentence of section 1.175, Planning Commission membership, there's still use of the gendered term he.
I will update that.
Thank you. I had one other question. In that same paragraph, it says, the terms of office of members shall begin on the first day of July, nearest the date of their appointment. Is there somewhere else in here where it talks about an appointment like Commissioner Weatherby, who is, or maybe not in this instance, but like somebody who's who vacates their position midterm and is replaced midterm?
Yeah, I can look at that. I don't think it's been a problem. I think a lot of this language was actually structured around the original creation of the Planning Commission. You'll note, for example, there was a lot of language about staggered terms and the creation of those, and I was proposing eliminating those because the Planning Commission has been created at this point. So I can look into that to see if there needs to be flexibility. Typically, it does happen, terms do often end around the 1st of July, but I guess as part of the attorney review, I can pose that question to see if that should be broadened. It obviously is not a barrier for the City Council to appoint members outside of that.
Right, but it seems odd for us to adopt something that we already know we operate in violation of, so we could just either cross it out or...
Yeah, I can...
First day of a month soon after their appointment.
Yeah. I'm happy to have that
thanks.
discussion before it progresses to City Council.
Any other discussion? Commissioner White?
To that point, so we're still in section 176. So section 176, same organization. So the commission shall organize, oh no, that's not it. Wherever it is, we could just make it the next planning commission meeting after their approval by council. Because that is effectively what happens. They get approved, and then they take the oath of office, and then they are seated thereafter. So that would just make it easy, and then it would remove July, because if it happens in July, it'll happen in July. If it happens in August, it'll show up in September.
Yeah, I think a change like that would be good.
Okay.
Any other discussion? I think that, so procedurally speaking, are we making an amendment or are we just going
You,
in
by
advance of this?
voting on this motion, that would have the effect of you sending this to the city council and say, please make these changes. So the changes, just to affirm, the changes are as presented with gender neutrality, fixing that him term, and I'm going to work with the attorney's office probably on some more general language that is as quickly as possible after appointment. To generalize it.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. We'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Let's move on to proposed motion number 2 and move that the following changes are referred to the city attorney for review. The proposed amendments, including the draft bylaws presented at this meeting, and that the proposed amended bylaws be presented back to the Planning Commission for additional review on September 19th, 2023. Can I have motion to act on the proposed bylaw amendments? Moved by Commissioner White and seconded by Commissioner Mills. Discussion. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries.
Might get to do that 11 o'clock motion next week.
Moving on to public comment. This is an opportunity for persons to speak up to 3 minutes about any issue that is not listed as a public hearing on this agenda. We're first call on individuals present to address the commission, then remote participants. To speak during this public hearing remotely, please press *6 if listening by phone, or use the raise hand feature if viewing through the web link. For phone access, call 877-853-5247 and enter meeting ID 977-6634-1226. City staff will select callers that have raised their hand using the last 3 digits of your phone number, or by name if available for those accessing through the web link. You'll hear an automated announcement that the host is allowing you to speak. And when speaking, please move to a quiet area, mute any television background sounds that we may hear you clearly. And for either method, please state your name and address at the beginning of your comments. Is there anyone present that would like to speak at this time? Seeing no one, is there anyone that would like to address the commission remotely?
There are currently no hands raised.
I will close public comment. Moving on to commission proposed business. Is there any commission proposed business? Commissioner Salve.
So maybe 2 things a little related. I'd like to put on commission proposed business a review of our occupancy requirements within our residential districts. And to the housing point, I am helping organize a series of events next week, and I want to invite all the commissioners and listeners to called House Party. A couple of the events maybe to highlight relative to this is there's a coffee with a lot of city employees on Tuesday morning. Wednesday evening, several U of M students are facilitating a engagement session around housing. They were able to meet with Interface for a comprehensive plan, and so looking forward to sharing some of those outcomes with them. Similarly, we'll repeat that Saturday at the Annex. So both of those, are at the Liberty Annex right next to Argus downtown. And finally, there's many events, but the other one I might recommend you to is there's going to be a phone booth at the downtown Ann Arbor District Library, inviting people to record their stories about struggling to find housing or positive actions of housing. So we'll have qualitative data to transcribe and similarly share for our comprehensive plan. So I invite everybody to participate.
Thank you. Sounds like a great opportunity to voice and get input. Commissioner Mills.
If we could also add on to the commission proposed business, the next time we do the UDC big, Greek letter changes, editing table 5.29-1 to accommodate subtractions in buildings under construction.
Can you repeat the table number just one more time?
5.29-1. And you might just reference the Burton Road proposal that we saw tonight, about why we added that on there. But I think it's, Thank you.
Commissioner White.
Can I request that we create a Ann Arbor City website page for the comprehensive plan? And can I request that we add updates to the comprehensive plan to the eGov email delivery so that people can subscribe and receive updates?
Yes, both of those will happen.
Actually, both of those are underway and have been discussed. It's just a matter of whether we host on the city website or standalone website. We're teasing out a few details. Thanks for your patience.
Awesome. Thank you. Any other commission proposed business? If not, we're moving on to adjournment. Moved by Commissioner Mills, seconded by Commissioner White. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. We are adjourned. Thanks, guys.
Good job.